So with that being said, my name is Christopher Lawrence. I'm the designated federal officer for the U.S. Department of Energy's Electricity Advisory Committee. This is the June 9th and 10th meeting of the EAC, and this is our fourth meeting that have been held remotely. And I just want to, before we really kick things off, just applaud the resilience and patience of everyone that's been involved in all of these meetings. And I think that these meetings have been extremely productive, both for the department and both for the members, even though we're all spread to the four corners of the map. I mean, you know, we have members in Alaska and Hawaii, and even as far out as Georgia. So this is or the Southwest. So anyway, so with that being said, there are a couple of housekeeping items that I'd like to cover before getting started. One is, this is a WebEx call. I think we're all now been in this for 15 to 18 months. I don't know anymore. Time's a flat circle. But please keep your phone on mute if you're not speaking. We do have a pretty lengthy and intense agenda today and tomorrow, so you should be able to see down in the right-hand corner that we will have a speaker clock that will show you over here on the bottom right how much time you have left speaking, and that goes for every panelist and every presenter, and I appreciate if you could stick to that clock. And again, this committee is being run under the rules of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. So we do have a public comment period that will be open tomorrow. If you are interested in a member of the public, please write to me, christopher.lawrence@hq.doe.gov. I'll also be posting the link in the chat box. If you do not have the meeting materials, I'm going to post a link in the chat box so that you can pull those up. They're all electronic. For instance, during some of the panels, we are not going to be reading bios for every single panelist. We will just refer to our bio packet. In addition, when we do open up for question and answer on the panels, or for instance, after our speakers such as Pat or Piyush speak, we only invite the members of the EAC to ask questions. If you're a member of the general public or the media, we invite you to email directly the people speaking to ask questions outside of this. With that being said, I am going to quickly run roll call of the EAC members, and I just ask that you announce that you're here, and just your affiliation. I'll let you do that, and then from there, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Wanda, our chair. So Sharon Allen.
I'm here.
Sharon Allen's with the Smart Electric Power Alliance. Thank you, Sharon. Christopher Ayers.
I'm here.
Christopher Ayers is with North Carolina Utilities Commission Public Staff. Tom Bialik. Okay, no Tom. I did not hear you, Tom, if you spoke. Daniel Brooks from EPRI. Daniel is not here or has not. Laney Brown. Paul Sissio.
I am here.
Paul Sissio is the president of the Industrial Energy Consumers of America. Thanks, Paul. Bob Cummings.
I'm here.
Bob Cummings of Red Yucca Power Consulting, representing NERC. And Delanella. Kimberly Denbo.
Kimberly's here, and I represent the American Gas Association. Hello, everybody.
Thank you, Kimberly. Hi. Joy Ditto.
I'm here.
Hi. Joy is the president and CEO of APPA, American Public Power Association. Drew Fellon.
Good afternoon, Chris. Drew Fellon, president of Alliance Advisory Services.
Thanks, Drew. Floor Flick. Sherry Givens. Dave Herlong. Mike Hyatt.
Glad to be here, Chris.
Thanks, Mike. Mike is the founder of the Grid Group LLC and co-inventor of the light bulb with Bob Cummings. Paul Hudson.
Good evening, Chris. I'm on. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Paul. Lola and
Hi, I'm here. I'm with EPRI.
Thanks, Lola. Jordan Karam. Dr. Mladen Kuznovich.
I'm here. I'm with Texas A&M University.
Thanks. Clay Copeland.
Here.
Clay's CEO of Cordova Electric Cooperative. Artie Kresner.
Here, Chris.
Thanks, Artie. Principal and President of Grid Connections LLC. David Liebeter.
Here, Chris, CEO of Hydro One, representing Canadian Electricity Association.
Thanks, David. Rob Lee, I believe, said he would not be able to make it today, unfortunately. Nicole Lowen.
Good morning. I'm here.
Aloha, Nicole. Nicole is a member of the Hawaii House of Representatives. Thanks, Nicole. Jay Morrison.
I'm here, thank you. Chief Legal Officer of Electricities of North Carolina.
Rick Moreau.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Rick Morose, independent consultant. Also, I serve as a senior advisor to Protect Our Power, a cybersecurity advocacy group.
Thanks, Rick. Delia Patterson.
Hi, Chris. Delia Patterson, Senior Vice President of Advocacy and Communications and General Counsel at the American Public Power Association.
Thanks, Delia. Don Parsons.
Yes, I'm here. Don Parsons, State Legislature, the great state of Georgia.
Thanks, Don. Darlene Phillips.
Darlene Phillips here, Executive Director of Operations Engineering with PJM. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Wanda Reeder, Chair.
I'm here, Chris.
Thank you. Paul Stockton.
Morning, everybody.
Paul Stockton is President of Paul Stockton LLC. David Wade.
Morning, Chris.
Morning, David. David is the President and CEO of Chattanooga Electric Power Board. Craig Weiner. Tom Weaver.
Good afternoon, Chris and everybody.
Finally, Jim Yacone. All right. Well, thank you very much. And we do have quorum for voting on were there any EAC members that I missed after going through the list?
Hey, Chris, Daniel Brooks here from EPRI. I got on just as you missed the bees. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Thank you very much, Daniel. Morning.
Okay, Chris, well, same here with Dave Herlong with Florida Power and Light.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, with that being said, I will officially call this meeting to order and turn it over to our chair, Wanda Reeder.
Wanda, you're muted.
Yeah, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you, Wanda.
She has that little triangle with the exclamation point.
I'm going to have to dial in. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what happened, but anyway, thanks for participating. This is our second meeting of the year. We've had a lot of activity in the first 6 months. So, we had a couple of reports that we had a interim phone call that we approved for quarter 2222 product. And also we did, there's a lot of flashing going on, Chris. So we also did a work product on the energy storage 5-year plan. So I appreciate the energy storage subcommittee and getting that out soon. We beat our deadline. So thanks for all your contributions. We have been turning our attention to some of the emerging topics that are of interest in the new administration, which featured panels throughout the agenda today. Certainly appreciate all your participation. I know there's been tremendous dialogue and contributions through the subcommittees, and we'll hear about that. Just a little bit of a highlight on the agenda. We will hear from DOE first thing right off the beginning, and Acting Assistant Secretary Pat Hoffman will be joining us, and thank you, Pat, for being here, along with Michelle Maneri. And Michelle is relatively new in her position, taking over for Chuck Kozak. And then we'll move into an update from DOE CSER program, followed by a panel which our Kimberly Denbaugh will be leading on the sustainable and resilient zero carbon emission future with hydrogen, batteries, and natural gas. Following that, we'll take our break. We'll aim for a break around 2:30 to 2:45. They'll, try to hit that as best as we can. And then at the end of the day, we'll move into our subcommittee discussions, wrapping up between 4:30 to 4:45. And then tomorrow, again, we'll start at the same time. So we'll have 15 minutes to get started, 11:45 to 12 o'clock. Chris will get the WebEx going, and it will be very similar as what we have today. We will move into our second panel, which is the electric vehicle integration. And fortunately, Chris Irwin will be available to lead that discussion. Then we will have a discussion between the EAC members and panelists on that to try and give some feedback and dialogue, as we often do. So I'm sure they'll be interested in our feedback. Break tomorrow will be between 2 and 2:15. Again, trying to get that as best as we can. And then in the afternoon, we will be talking about resiliency frameworks and assessment tools with Rick Morose leading that panel discussion. Following that, we will have a discussion on the pathway development, where Joe Palladino will be having some dialogue with us on his vision for how that will unfold. As usual, we'll have public comments at the end, around 4:30 to 4:50. And again, if you want to make public comments, please make sure to register along the way with Chris Lawrence, and we'll wrap up by 5 o'clock tomorrow. Are there any questions about the agenda before we get started? All right, I take it as we're good to go. With that, then we'll turn it over to DOE. I want to make sure to again mention that Michelle Maneri is the Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy Resilience Division of Office Electricity. Before Pat gets started, Michelle, do you want to just fill us a little bit, fill us in a little bit on your background?
Sure, thank you, Wanda. Yeah, that's a mouthful for a title. We laugh. It's a big one. Seems like it should be acronymed somehow. But I am Michelle Maneri. I come from Bonneville Power Administration. I've spent 23 years there out west in the northwest part of the nation. With that, about half my career was on the generation side. The second half has been on the transmission side. So as VP of Transmission Marketing and Sales, lived through interconnecting wind, lived through the solar, lived through a lot of that stuff and led teams. And then the last couple of years, I was the CFO. So I got the back office finance perspective. But I've been brought over for a few years to really focus on transmission and how we connect up to all how we connect up all the non-carbon resources to our grid in order to meet the goals, the presidential goals and department's goals of carbon neutral by 2050 with some milestones along the way. And so I really am coming in, partnering with states and associations and utilities and everything to try to figure out what that plan is and what is needed, either on the existing grid to strengthen and harden it or technology and new builds as well. What do we need to do to hook up and integrate successfully, reliably, in a timely manner, the new carbon-free resources? And so I'm very excited to come partner with a number of folks and figure out how we get this done. Thanks, Wanda.
Very good, Michelle. Welcome aboard. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now we'll turn it over to Acting Assistant Secretary Pat Hoffman. I think you're all very familiar with Pat. She has served in this role since October of 2020, but certainly has a long track record in leadership positions at DOE. And her focus of responsibility there is to provide leadership at a national level to develop technologies that enhance security and reliability of energy infrastructure and facilitate the federal and state electricity policy planning that shapes the electricity and market operations. Pat?
Thank you, Wanda. And I would also like to express my gratitude and welcome to Michelle for as well accepting the responsibility and joining our organization, as well as the great challenge that we all have as we really go after trying to get transmission built. And I mean, it is a challenge, and it is something that we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and work really hard on, and taking some of the lessons we've learned in the past and going after how we can really get after and get some of this built moving forward. So what I wanted to do, and Michelle, you always can chime in at any point in time and tag team with me on this, but provide a little bit of highlights of what's been going on at OE, some of the changes, some of the things that we're emphasizing moving forward in support of the Biden-Harris administration, and really think about how we could probably use the EAC support, but also take a look at some of the things that you guys have been doing in support of us. Once again, I express my sincere appreciation to all the members of the EAC for their time and their participation on the EAC. I do value your input. I do value the dialogue and the conversation. It's really important to have a community and an advisory committee that can walk through challenging topics, provide the pros and cons and the strengths and weaknesses to topics, and be able to help us come to a resolution of how to move forward as we address challenging issues facing the nation. So I do, once again, appreciate the constructive dialogue and the support that the EAC provides. And I look forward to the discussions today. So first and foremost, I guess some good news that I would like to highlight to the EAC is, of course, the FY22 congressional budget request went out to Congress just recently, I think a couple weeks ago. And so we've been actively doing briefings to the Hill. And so the good news for the Office of Electricity, and of course, Peach will talk about the CSER organization, is that we had a $115 million increase for the Office of Electricity in the FY22 request over the FY21 enacted. So that is really great to hear. It is one of the highest requests ever logged for the Office of Electricity, and really drives some of the emphasis in the changes in the organization in which the Secretary and the administration wants our organization to focus on. So it really puts a stake in the ground that OE is going to continue to facilitate and drive technology evolution for the electric grid. We really want to go after long-term transformational strategies. We want to get ahead of some of the issues that may be facing the nation as we get to 100% clean energy, carbon pollution-free electricity. We really want to think about some of the areas that OE can make a difference on. So one of the things that was already brought up first and foremost as a high priority of the Secretary, which thus is also a high priority for the Office of Electricity, is transmission. It's really looking at the transmission planning side of things. It's a technical assistance to the states. It is permitting. It is looking at upgrades on the existing system, whether it's reconductoring, whether it's power flow control, whether it's DLRs. How can we really get the most out of the existing system? And then it's also looking at what I will say is building out the transmission plan of the future, which really would look at a hybrid combination of AC and DC. So really advancing what can we do with power electronics, reducing the cost of HVDC converter stations, and building out and designing where HVDC has the best value for the United States transmission infrastructure writ large. Another aspect of our budget really emphasizes the importance of grid-scale energy storage. So all the hard work that the committee puts forth on the 5-year plans, review of our activities, insights of what we should be focusing on energy storage. You know, we are strongly looking at the bulk grid-scale storage. supporting of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory Grid Storage Launchpad, and once again, reducing the cost of energy storage, looking at new materials, a strong emphasis from the OE program on flow batteries, and the importance that flow batteries can provide for that ramping services as we look at longer duration energy storage, as we go from that typical 4-hour time frame to really 8 to 12-hour time frame. And so we want to think about how we continue to support that. I've already mentioned some of the directions that we're looking at with respect to power electronics, but also looking at next generation transformers. We developed some hybrid transformers to make transformers more flexible in the United States, but also can we think about some additional components that can be manufactured in the United States as we start getting into some new technology opportunities. Other areas that our budget emphasizes is microgrids and looking at the distribution system. Once again, we think that with the greater emphasis on electrification in the United States, whether it's building electrification, heating loads going to electrification, transportation industry going to electrification, we recognize that we have to continue to support the distribution system. And how can we look at the architecture of the distribution system? I think that leads to the FERC Order 2222 discussion with DERs. But how do we look at building microgrids, nesting microgrids? I would say it's really an architecture of the distribution system that we want to think about, and so emphasize that aspect. So I'm excited to say that the budget actually is a strong budget that's been put forth to Congress with respect to the importance of this organization and our activities and our responsibilities. So I did want to give you a highlight of that and some of the good news from that perspective with some of the work that we're working on and some of the things that we will be investing in moving forward. Some of the other things that I know you'll hear a little bit more about was the announcement of the Earthshot initiative with respect to hydrogen and the panel session that's going after, but DOE is really trying to think about some of the activities that we want to have aggressive goals in from a technical perspective or a cost target perspective from the Earthshot initiative. So stay tuned on that. You will see some more activities come out from the department with a subset of things that we want to make a strong difference in moving forward. Also, let's talk about that. Other priorities that we want to think about from our perspective in the organization that I wouldn't say is part of our program, but as part of all our activities is coordination with the states. And Michelle is going to have a very strong role in that as we look at whether it's the transmission activities, as we think about how the states are engaging in energy storage activities. We really want to think about infrastructure investments as it correlates to what is being proposed from the American Jobs Plan. When you think about it, there will be a lot of opportunities for the states from an incentives or an investment point of view. And so how can we really continue to build out the resilience, but the investment in our electric grid infrastructure moving forward? And so that is another activity that we will continue to really provide an emphasis on from an organizational perspective and how we can provide assistance to the state. And I guess I should say permitting is also part of that. I know that's close and dear to Christopher Lawrence and probably Melissa's point of view and how we can continue to help on the permitting side of things. And it's probably one of Christopher's most favorite activities, so I know he just shines every time I bring that up. But other things that we'll be working on and other things that I guess is relevant to the EAC is to take a moment and talk about kind of the DER integration and how that relates to, I think, the EAC recommendations from FERC Order 2222. And thinking about really where I would like to go, which is probably where Joe Palladino will talk about a little bit later in some of his conversations, is how do we want to think about the architecture of the distribution system, and how do we want to strategize those business models at the distribution system as we start integrating distributed energy resources. And I think we are going to continue to see that blurring of lines between the transmission and distribution system. And we are going to have to think about a way of taking a holistic viewpoint of the electricity delivery system. And I know that the EAC provided some recommendations on how the department can provide technical assistance in this area. And I think what we're going to go after is really trying to figure out that framework for that coordination and how the architecture can evolve in accordance to some of the recommendations that you have provided to the department. So I look forward to ongoing dialogue and discussion around this, recognizing it is an extremely complex place as we move forward with respect to what will business models look like, what will be the role of utility, how are we going to think about the utility as a service, platform provider as we move forward. Where is the information coordination and requirements going to be, et cetera. And so I think there's a lot of architecture that's going to have to be thought about, especially as there is more engagement, what I say, from edge participants on the system. And I think that's really part of the conversation that we're going to have moving forward as we think about trying to address these issues, and especially with the evolution of the distribution system. So with that, I'm sure there was probably something else I wanted to cover, but I think I will take a pause there. And Michelle, would you like to add anything? Was there anything else on our radar that you would like to add and cover at this point in time?
No, I think you covered it. I think you ticked them all off.
Okay, great. I will say, maybe before Piyush joins in from the CSER point of view, one of the things that we are going to do as part of OE's activities is really think about how do we build in cybersecurity in our program. So whether we're developing the next generation transformer or whether we're looking at microgrids, we will be emphasizing that we do assessments of these technologies as we build in cybersecurity. We will look for vulnerabilities as we're developing the next generation technology. The goal being that it will be more cost effective. We will get ahead of the game if we truly take to heart building in cybersecurity in our efforts. And so you will see OE constantly probably doing a reflective pause in our R&D development programs to say, let's take a look at the cybersecurity of this technology. Anything that has a software or firmware piece to it, we will be addressing and testing, doing red team, blue team testing, really trying to do that analysis of can we engineer out or at least mitigate any of the cybersecurity issues ahead of a technology deployment moving forward. So with that, maybe I'll take a pause and see if anybody has any questions or if there is an aspect of the Office of Electricity priorities that we would like to dive a little bit deeper into.
So thank you so much, Pat. I did forget to mention, if you do have a question, there should be a little icon on your screen that allows you to raise a hand. And if for some reason that doesn't work, please just chat in the chat box if you have a question. I have Matt Aronoff and Daniel Gray monitoring both to make sure that everyone is called upon. So please do so.
Pat, while the hands are coming up, what's your plans on doing demonstration projects as the congressional budget settles for 2022?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We will look at as much as possible any sort of funding opportunity announcements that we can do. So one of the things that we're going to look at, especially where we have, I would say, a larger set of increases in our budget lines, would be the opportunity to do potentially demonstrations to look at microgrids, demonstrations on the energy storage side, demonstrations, if we can, with respect to dynamic line ratings. So that is some of the things that we will think about doing from that perspective. In addition, we will see, we do have to see what we're going to get appropriated. So I guess I should say, caveat that with respect to appropriations. A couple other things that I saw pop up in the chat box that I did want to address. One was a reflection on the North American Energy Resilience Model. And we have proposed in a congressional budget request to continue to support that model development. It is, I would say, a great tool that allows the laboratories to work together in doing an analysis collectively from a national laboratory perspective, so we don't have a lot of the one-off analysis. But we are also going to add layers to that tool to really focus on transmission investments, transmission planning, be able to really capitalize not only on having interdependencies and looking at resilience aspects, but actually being able now to do a stronger emphasis on forward-looking aspects of the tool from a transmission planning perspective. So we are actively looking at adding layers to it to really add from the transmission perspective. And I'll give you an example, rights-of-ways. What we're doing is adding a layer to it to really look at existing rights-of-ways and saying, is there a way we can accelerate the planning and permitting process, and look as we look at a national transmission plan of utilizing some of the existing rights-of-ways that are out there to the extent possible. So NARM has continued to be represented in the congressional budget request. The one thing that also was brought up in the chat box that I do want to also provide some comments on is one of the things that is being proposed in the budget request is shifting of some of the responsibilities that OE has in the emergency space to CSER as an organization. And so when you think of the 202C authority, that is going to be moved over to CSER from that perspective. And so there are some emergency authorities that will move over to CSER to manage, because the department wants to really have all its emergency authorities in one organization. So some of the critical infrastructure aspects that CSER would do in coordination with DHS makes sense to have the DCEI type aspects be managed under CSER as well with the other critical infrastructure side of things. So it's really kind of cleaning up some of what we feel are important activities within the department, but making sure we're taking a comprehensive approach and looking at those activities and moving forward. And I thought there was a NASB is currently working. Oh, cool. Sorry, there's a question or a comment in the chat box about FERC Order 2222 and some of the standards and data standards. And I actually think data, machine learning, and AI, going back to the NARM, is going to continue to be an emphasis moving forward. We collectively as a community really need to make sure that we focus on data collection, and how data is being utilized to advance the system. So I do agree with that comment in the chat box. So other things that I want to emphasize is the last probably element that I'll probably comment on with respect to our organization is we are continuing to look at system-wide transformational opportunities in the organization. So I hadn't mentioned the word sensors, and normally I don't ever give a talk without mentioning the word sensors. So I was reminded to say that this is really still an emphasis within the organization as we continue to look at the value that sensors bring with respect to real-time information and feedback on operations of the grid, as well as looking at how we can, I would say, advance the health and monitoring of the grid with respect to the sensors and what the feedback can be provided to grid operators, as well as we're looking at things to look at timing and synchronization on the grid. And so those are some transformational things that OE will continue to invest in moving forward. And so I did not mean to be remiss by not mentioning sensors in my talk to you all today, but I do want to just recognize that that is a continued aspect of our program.
Pat, so we have time for one more question, and Paul Hudson is having some WebEx issues, so he wanted me to ask you this. This is from Paul Hudson. What are the lessons learned by the DOE from its past experience with EIPC and EISPC, given its prioritization on interregional transmission development?
So great question. We need to really get some of those multi-state projects going. And I think there are some great lessons learned and things that we can do to leverage EIPC and the state engagement in the EIPC type programs. I think you will see an opportunity to do some scenario analysis looking at the administration's targets and goals from a clean energy perspective and utilizing those organizations to say, what do you see as the transmission priorities for the Eastern interconnection, likewise for the Western interconnection, and then also be able to take the work that the department would do at the national laboratory point of view and get some experts together. And what I am hoping really gets us to a point that we have, I would say, I don't know if you ever can have 100% consensus around here, but I really drive the fact that here are some of the critical lines, here are some of the critical needs for HVDC in the United States, and really push that forward from an investment point of view and a prioritization point of view. So great question and great opportunity.
I think that's it. Let me look. And Bob just wanted to say, Bob Cummings said, all should be aware of recently approved IEEE guideline on DER management systems, which is in the chat box. So, Wanda, I'll turn it back over to you. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Pat. Hopefully your schedule will allow us to be here for most of the time today and tomorrow. Thumbs up on that one. And Michelle, the same with you. I hope that you can continue to participate and share your thoughts along the way. Great dialogue, awesome vision. We will try to advise and, make sure that you have our input consistently as we go forward. The next presentation, I take it Poosh is actually here. Maybe we should confirm that is the case.
Yeah,
I'm on the line, Wanda. Hey.
Hi there. Poosh is the Acting Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary. And he's going to give us an update on the DOE's cybersecurity, energy security, and emergency response programs and initiatives. Sometimes you hear CSER, and to connect the dots here, the long-winded cybersecurity, energy security, emergency response, CSER is the short acronym for that. So with that, we should go ahead and give us your update. That would be great.
Thanks so much, Wanda. And it's funny you mentioned the name of the organization. I've been joking; it's a long name, but a cool acronym at CSER. So, let me just start off by saying my thanks for having me here today and allowing me the opportunity to share some of the things that CSER has been up to. Before I even begin, I have to, offer a huge thanks to Pat, who's actually been carrying this organization, and the Office of Electricity, as she has done so many times previously, and she's done it so well. And so I'm really glad that I get a chance to work with Pat Hoffman again. And also, it's great to see so many familiar faces on the call today. I think I've met or the majority of you all, but for those of you who I haven't met, as Wanda mentioned, I'm the Acting Principal Deputy Secretary of CSER, and I've actually been a part of the electricity sector my entire career, both on the industry side and on the government side. So I am a firm believer in this public-private partnership to really tackle some of these really significant things that are facing the energy sector today. And so how do we actually start to address the impacts of climate change? How do we address the increasing cyber threat from adversaries? And that's not just nation states we're talking about. If we think colonial, that's also criminal activity. And so how do we start to get ahead of these very real threats? And again, going back to that public-private partnership is key, whether it's thinking about policy or developing tools and technologies, or of course responding. This is a collaborative joint effort that we must do together. I've had the opportunity to actually attend some EAC meetings before, so I have a great appreciation for this group and really the expertise and diversity of thought that it brings to the table. And so I certainly welcome questions, but also welcome feedback and ideas that you may all have on what CSER could be doing to really support the sector broadly. So I want to put that out right at the top to say I am looking for some of that feedback. So feel free to put it in the chat, but also feel free to reach out to me directly to have some conversations on what you all think we could be doing better to support the sector. So to step back, CSER, for those of you who don't have an idea of just kind of the organization, I'll just spend just a quick minute on that. So CSER is an all hazards organization. The mission of the organization is to prepare for, mitigate, and respond to all hazards and threats. So that's everything from cyber to physical security to hurricanes, wildfires, and even some of the more existential threats, such as a nuclear electromagnetic pulse, a geomagnetic disturbance. So it is truly an all hazards shop looking at all those risks. And how we execute on a lot of those things is really quite simple. We work with the sector very closely. That's part of our organization. From the industry side, we primarily work with the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council, so it's nice to see Joy Ditto and some of the other ESCC representatives on the call today. And then on the oil and natural gas side, we work with the Oil and Natural Gas Subsector Coordinating Council. And again, I heard Kimberly on the call, so it was great to hear Kimberly. We also work very closely with the states, and that's state energy offices, governor's offices, and so on. So we really think it's important to work with a lot of the SLTT community out there. And so for those of you who are here from the SLTT community, you're an important stakeholder for us as well. And finally, while DOE is certainly focused on the energy sector, we recognize that we have to do this in coordination with our interagency partners. And so we work very closely with DHS, CISA, the FBI, the intelligence community, DOD, and countless other interagency partners, because we really do believe in that unity of effort to accomplish our mission, and really work with our respective interagency partners on all of this. So let me get into what we're doing. This year I started at the department. I came back. I went to the private sector, and I came back to the department around the April timeframe. And already the beginning of the year started with the Texas or the extreme weather in Texas in February, and then about 3 or 4 weeks in, I was already in the middle of the Colonial Pipeline incident in May. And so, as you all know, that was a ransomware incident, which it was the cyber piece was really the triggering incident. It wasn't the reason for the pipeline to be shut down. It kind of was, but basically the company decided that we need to shut down the pipeline because there might be some concerns of that cyber incident, the ransomware, on the OT network. And before they were sure that it wasn't there, out of an abundance of caution and safety, they decided to shut down the pipeline to do that forensics, do their due diligence in that space. But what it ended up happening was this cyber triggering incident ended up being an energy supply issue in the country. And the reality is we're probably going to see more of that. And these really hard decisions that companies like Colonial had to make on do they shut down this critical pipeline that could affect not just a couple of states, but the entire eastern side of the United States and the ramifications to fuel supply. I will give a lot of credit to Colonial in terms of that partnership that they had, not only with us at the Department of Energy, but also with the interagency. And the interagency really got together and worked with Colonial on a daily basis. We had daily calls with them to support those response efforts. So I really appreciate that partnership with the sector during a response. And also we did the same with the ESCC and the ONGSCC and the states. In fact, I believe Colonial CEO was just testifying in front of Congress yesterday, and I think one of the things he highlighted was the value that partnership helped with throughout the process, even if it was something as simple as convening a call with the governor's offices so that they could share updates with those governor's offices instead of trying to field individual calls from all the different states. So, I think those are those relationships you build during steady state and blue sky days that you can call upon during a response. Now, even before Colonial, though, last year we were all thinking about solar winds, and we still are thinking about solar winds and how we're now facing a threat that we've actually been talking about for a while, but it actually came to the forefront with solar winds, and that is supply chain threats. And how do we start to tackle some of these supply chain threats that, again, we've been talking about for many years, but it's now seeing this is a potential attack vector that we really need to be thinking about. And I'll touch on some of the things that Caesar and the department is thinking about in this space in a second, but that's certainly an important one. Now, I'll start with some of the administration's actions thus far, and then I'll then pivot to some of the Caesar actions. So from the Biden administration's perspective, I expect most of you have seen a recent cybersecurity executive order that was issued by President Biden on improving the nation's cybersecurity. This was signed in May and really focuses on, the administration's focus on, one, removing barriers to sharing cyber threat information and incident information among the federal agencies. Two, it's advancing federal implementation of strong cybersecurity practices like zero trust architectures, multi-factor authentication. And then three, it's focused on improving federal cyber incident coordination. So, really the executive order is focused on the federal family. And the reason for that is we want to make sure we get our own house in order and really start to think about some of these really critical challenges that while they certainly, SolarWinds, for example, certainly impacted the federal family as well as the private sector. But we want to make sure we can do everything we can on the federal side to ensure that we are staying ahead of the curve and then partnering with all of you. But also, sharing some of the things that we're doing in hopes of signaling to all of you on things that you may need to be thinking about from a cybersecurity perspective as well. And so really these efforts are focused on strengthening the cybersecurity of federal systems, modernizing cybersecurity standards, and so forth. So there are a lot of actions that are in the works right now, and as those actions start to come out, we'll want to share them with this group and broadly with the sector on things that are coming out so that there might be some best practices for the broader sector on things like software bill of materials. That's a specific action in there. So definitely we'll keep you posted on that front. Now, I will say this isn't this is the first action that the administration has taken focused on the cybersecurity of some of the critical infrastructure within the federal family. But there was another action that the administration took, and that was the 100-day plan that you might have heard about. And the 100-day plan is for industrial control system cybersecurity, or what we just call the ICS Cyber Initiative. And really the goal of that cyber initiative is to look at, through a government, public-private partnership, and this partnership it started with the electricity sector, and there are other sectors that are being planned, but really it's working with the ESCC to really enhance our cybersecurity of the OT ICS environment. One of the key things that we really think there needs to be a lot of focus on is getting visibility into the ICS systems, seeing cyber adversaries before they actually start to impact our energy delivery systems in the country. And so the idea is it really improve detection and mitigation and really enable real-time situational awareness and response to cyber adversaries in those critical systems. This is actually building upon a lot of the work the department has been doing for a number of years under Caesar, but also before even Caesar was built, established with the Office of Electricity. We were working on projects such as the cybersecurity for operational technology, for the operational technology environment, or Coyote. We really do love our acronyms on the federal government side. But Coyote was looking at this, and this ICS initiative is building upon the lessons learned of Coyote to say, what are the key pieces of the OT network that we need to think about to really detect anomalous activity in that environment? So we're really excited about the ICS initiative and the partnership with the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council on it and how we continue to move that forward. And there will be a lot more to share on that in the coming weeks and months. Now, let me turn to some of the things on the CSER side. As Pat mentioned, CSER's budget and OE's budget did see an increase on behalf of the administration. So CSER's budget had a 29% increase to about $201 million is the budget request. And really, we're focusing it in on 3 focus areas, and you'll see this in the budget request. Area 1 is improving information sharing, partnerships, and exercises. So really some of that foundational work we need to do on threat information sharing, working on policies jointly to really advance the security and resilience of the energy sector, and then also exercising some of those activities, whether it's exercises related to the Grid Security Emergency Authority, which I don't know if Paul Stockton's on the line, but I know he's been instrumental in kind of helping us think about that. But also just exercising in general to this new paradigm of cyber physical incidents like the ones we saw with Colonial, thinking about ransomware and how do we tackle some of the response to a ransomware incident. So info sharing, partnerships, and exercises. The second grouping that we have as a focus area is risk management tools and technologies. So what that really is looking at is, number one, we need to understand risk. What is the risk to energy systems from cyber, physical, or natural hazards? And then take our understanding of risk itself and then apply it to develop tools and technologies to mitigate that risk. And this is an area we definitely want your input on. We're going to be issuing FOAs. We're going to be issuing RFIs to really help us understand what are the key technologies of today, but also of tomorrow that we need to be thinking about to mitigate risk, again, from cyber, EMP, GMD, and also natural hazards, things like wildfire mitigation, and how do we actually address some of the wildfire risks that we see out in different parts of the country. Finally, the last focus area is really CSER's bread and butter, and that is response and restoration. When there is an incident, CSER has all hands on deck. The entire organization is there to support the response in partnership with our industry partners and our state and local partners as well, and of course interagencies. So we want to ensure that we can lean on some of the tools and tech that's developed on the risk side for situational awareness, for identifying some of those cyber threats, and then really applying them to a response to support the response. At the end of the day, we recognize that 80 to 90% of the energy infrastructure is owned it's owned by the private sector or by industry more broadly. And so it is in our best interest to really partner with this industry broadly for that response. So those are at a high level some of the key priorities we have for the CSER office heading into the fiscal year 2022 budget. I'm happy to answer any more specific questions on those focus areas. The other piece of this, though, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, are some of the proposed changes. The first one that you may have heard about is we're proposing moving the Office of Petroleum Reserves from the Office of Fossil Energy to the CSER office. And the reason behind that is we're really trying to strengthen the role of CSER when it comes to response. We want to make sure that we streamline our response activities across the organization into CSER so that we can pull on those really quickly during the response. The Strategic Petroleum Reserves are a tool we have in our toolbox to support a response. And so the proposal is to move it into the CSER organization so that it just fits nicely as part of our response and restoration mission. The other piece was what Pat mentioned, the 202C authority. We want to make sure we move that in so that, again, we can leverage all of our emergency response authorities in a single office. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be relying on other offices for their subject matter expertise. In fact, we would absolutely be doing that. And that is another thing we are working on internally is how do we actually ensure that we have a cadre of responders that understand things on the fossil energy side, on the energy efficiency renewable side, and of course with transmission and all the efforts on the Office of Electricity side. So we really definitely want to build that cadre across the board. The other piece that is being proposed to move over to CSER is the work on the Defense Critical Electric Infrastructure, so all the DCEI work. that I know this group has been engaged in. And so that work will be shifting over to CSER to continue to amplify some of those really important efforts that we need to work on related to defense critical infrastructure and how we actually work with both the utilities serving that infrastructure, but also the military bases themselves, and what more could we be doing on that end. And then the final thing that is being proposed to move over is the CEII program, and that's the if you're familiar with the critical electricity information designation that we have. So it's basically a designation that allows us to share information between industry and government, and so industry can share that information with us, and if it's sensitive, we can protect it, and protect it in a way that it isn't disclosed. We want to enable that information sharing that I mentioned in focus area number 1. So that CEII function and the program CEII would move over to the CSER organization. Let me pause there and check in with Pat to see if I haven't missed anything else that we wanted to move over. Pat, was there anything else?
No, you covered it.
All right. So those are some of the things that we're looking at working on in the CSER organization at a high level. And again, as I start to engage more with the EAC, I look for your input across the board on all of those items. We really are looking at what can we do today to address these different challenges facing the sector. And also, even as we think about some of the priorities Pat mentioned related to clean energy systems, distributed energy resources, energy storage, electric vehicles, one of the other things that the Secretary has asked CSER to do is coordinate cyber R&D across the applied energy and science offices. So the idea here is cyber should be really embedded in everything we do across the organization as the Department of Energy. We want to ensure that our next generation clean energy systems are secure. And so what can we do to recognize that across the organization? So we're actually looking at ways to do that where if EERE is looking at a next generation inverter technology, for example, how do we build in cybersecurity and really go towards that security by design principle that we really need to get to? The other thing is working with, for example, manufacturers and suppliers through programs like our Cyber Testing for Resilient Industrial Control Systems program, where we're working with ABB, Hitachi, Schweitzer, and Schneider, and there are a couple others in the works to really work with the manufacturer community to help secure some of their systems and really be a partner on that end before those systems are ever deployed in critical energy systems. So we really are thinking about a broader supply chain security strategy, and we're going to be working on that, and that's another space I would love input on what more we could be doing. So I'll stop there. I think I've hit on a lot of different things, but know that we're going to be very engaged with this group, and I look forward to engaging with you going forward. Back to you, Christopher.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, one question that the organizational changes kind of big answering is, EAC's continuing support and involvement of your efforts. Could you just, shed a little bit more light on that?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Wanda. So, this is like I said at the top of the call, there's a lot of expertise, and I'd be remiss not to lean on this group for some of that advice. So that's what we're planning on doing, is really thinking through what are the right engagement points for the EAC. What Pat and I have talked about is the EAC, while the Office of Electricity, it falls within the Office of Electricity, the reality is it's actually focusing on a lot of different issues across the energy sector. And so we need to be able to lean on that. And so we're still working through in terms of what does that look like. Is it a subgroup or a committee? I know there's already one that's working on some of these issues. I don't think we've made a decision on what that looks like, but I absolutely plan on using this group as a sounding board for other activities.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Piyush. And I would just say that, yes, I mean, this group does report up to the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Electricity, but we do provide across the board, across the departmental elements, recommendations on a pretty continuous basis at this point. So we're here for you, Piyush. And as far as hands in the air, I see we have 2, and then we're going to move forward with our next panel, but two hands in the air. So we got Clay Copeland from Cordova Electric.
So Pat had mentioned engagement, increased engagement, and particularly with EDGE participants. And on behalf of my colleague Nicole Lowen from Hawaii, Alaska and Hawaii represent our northernmost, southernmost, easternmost, and westernmost extents of our states. And it's kind of a space where there's a collision of cybersecurity, energy security, and emergency response. On the Asian Rim, we have the volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and superstorms, so our physical hardening. And then North Korean, Russian, Chinese, whether it's missile incursions or the increasingly concerning incursions into our airspace and water space with, frankly, very, very little to discourage them from assets, U.S. assets staged here, to our critical military and industrial production infrastructure, particularly on some of our strategic minerals and so forth in Alaska. We manage a lot and have been for a long time, particularly in the microgrid space, in the resilience space. It's just in our DNA as we've kind of evolved as frontier type states. And do you see kind of doubling down on some of those engagements in Hawaii and Alaska, which have been quite productive in the last few years, and particularly around some of the CSER goals?
Yeah, that's a great question, Clay. I absolutely do think that. For the reasons you just mentioned, one of the things we've been thinking about is taking a more regional approach to some of these things. On the natural hazard side, we recognize that you're going to see wildfires and other types of risks on more of that west coast. You're going to see hurricanes on the the southeast and the east side, and so you're going to see different regional pieces in terms of natural hazards and how do we do some of that energy assurance planning, resiliency planning based on more of that state and regional approach. So that's an area we're really starting to explore. But to your point about cyber, you're still seeing a pretty significant increase in those cyber threats, and the reality is, communities like Alaska, Hawaii, the critical nature of their of the states and also the facilities that they may have on their states, particularly from a defense critical perspective, is also going to be very important for us to focus on. And that's actually one of the reasons we thought it was really important to bring DCEI and the work around DCEI within the CSER mission space, because we have to continue working on that. So you're going to continue seeing us work on some of the defense critical electric infrastructure work. In fact, as part of our 2022 budget request, we did ask for funding to support some of the DCEI work going forward. So absolutely, you're going to continue seeing that engagement. In my last go around when I was here at DOE previously, I actually had kicked off an effort with Hawaii and HECO in particular to look at the fact that we have distributed generation DERs in Hawaii that are expanding so quickly, much like you're even seeing in California, where I've been based in. And what are the risks that we need to prepare for as we see this clean energy future? And so one of the things that I keep saying is we want cybersecurity and resilience to really be an enabler of clean energy systems. It shouldn't hold us back. It should be baked in. We really need to think about this. So to your point, I absolutely think that we need to be engaged with those communities.
Piyush, we have another hand from Paul Stockton.
Hey, Piyush. It's great to be able to support you, Michelle, and Pat. I have a question that may cross all three portfolios, and that is, as we move to non-carbon generation resources, we're going to be in a bit of a pickle potentially with black start, especially if adversaries begin to target black start as a priority in order to disrupt responses to large-scale outages. Can you say a few words, please, about your sense of how things ought to go? Because this may become an area of interest for some of our support work for you. Your thoughts right now would be very, very helpful.
Pat, do you want to take this first?
Sure. Paul knows my answer, though. This is absolutely important. And I think, anyway. Yes, it's extremely important. I think how we think about Black Start moving forward is going to also be part of that dialogue. You look at what ERCOT was looking at, you look at what some of the other regions are thinking about is how do we protect Black Start units, think about additional units that can provide Black Start capabilities, and then look at the restoration process from the grid operator's perspective from a Black Start. Some of the things we've looked at is as you think about isolation and segmentation of the system, is also having additional flexibility. So I think all these are important issues, Paul, and I think we're so much in agreement with you that we got to continue to address this issue.
Yeah, and I'll just add one quick thing on that, Paul. I think as we start thinking of the evolving energy system in the United States, as part of that Black Start conversation, we need to start thinking about how DERs can play a role in that. And what is, as we start seeing a larger penetration of DERs, could they contribute to the Black Start planning process? So just another thought from my own on that end.
Excellent. Thank you.
I saw a comment in the chat about did CSER play a role in the recovery for the Texas grid event. So I'll just step back in terms of how we're thinking about recovery. Recovery is a really it's a broad term, right? It's where does response end and where does recovery begin, and what are the different phases of recovery? How we're thinking about it is CSER as an organization will help with a lot of that near-term recovery. So immediately after response, we don't want it to be a situation where we wrapped up the response and then we're all saying congrats and kudos for getting everything back up and then we move on. What we really want to do is CSER should be that bridge in terms of that near-term recovery. But then ultimately we want to partner with offices like the Office of Electricity, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy for some of that longer-term recovery, which really bleeds also into the term of resilience. So how do we actually, and not to be cliche, but build back better, how do we actually have stronger resilience in some of our equipment, and how do we really think about the long-term recovery and resilience? But CSER should still continue to play a role in that near-term recovery after a large-scale incident, and then do a handoff to our partners and other offices that are thinking about the long-term R&D and the long-term planning of the energy sector broadly. Pat, I don't know if you had any thoughts. I know you and I have talked a lot about this recovery mission space.
Yeah, I think you've articulated it very eloquently. I mean, the one thing is we want to recover and get back to a normal, and then we really want to think about how we transform the system. And that really goes back to what is future investments. With respect to Texas, it was a lot of hardening issues. It was a lot of role that the state plays with respect to what do they see as standards from what the system should be able to perform and be able to survive through with respect to cold weather. And I think what you're going to see is some more scenario type analysis to say, what is that boundary of performance from that perspective? So thank you, and I think that's a good question, and I recognize we are over time, so I'll kind of pause there.
All right, thanks, Pat. And thank you, Piyush. Wanda, I'll turn it over back to you.
All right, sounds good. Appreciate the dialogue. Piyush, thank you so much for the update. Wishing you the best. And now we'll turn it over to Kimberly Denbow with the American Gas Association. She's going to lead a panel presentation on working together towards sustainable and resilient zero carbon emission future with hydrogen batteries and natural gas. So Kimberly, I'll let you go ahead and tee up the panelists. Thank you for your leadership here.
Thanks, Wanda. Can everyone hear me okay? Super. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Pat for just doing all that you do to keep DOE going in the right direction. And I know you're ecstatic, just like I am, that Piyush is back. So welcome back, Piyush. Once we're in person again, we'll have a party for you, and I'll even bring the chips. So with that said, I just want to welcome everyone. I'm confident everyone is doing great what better way to spend a Wednesday than with my fellow EAC colleagues and their guests. Before we get started, I would like to offer up a safety moment, something we do in the natural gas industry, and a safety moment that is suitable for everyone, regardless of your time zone. Heat exhaustion. According to the Mayo Clinic, heat exhaustion is a result of your body overheating due to a number of causes, including exposure to high temperature, particularly when combined with high humidity and strenuous physical activity. Symptoms may include heavy sweating, weak and rapid pulse, cool, moist skin with goosebumps when in the heat, faintness, dizziness, muscle cramps, nausea, and or headaches. I know, sometimes that's reminiscent of a DOE meeting, but that's not what I'm talking about here. So heat exhaustion is one of 3 heat-related syndromes, with heat cramps being the mildest and heat stroke being the most severe. Without prompt treatment, heat exhaustion can lead to heat stroke, a life-threatening condition. Fortunately, heat exhaustion is preventable. So when temperatures climb, wear loose-fitting clothing to allow your body to cool properly, protect against sunburn, drink plenty of fluids, get acclimated by giving your body time to condition and adjust, and take it easy during the hottest parts of the day. All right, so now I am so excited about moderating this timely panel, working together towards a sustainable and resilient zero-carbon emission future, hydrogen, batteries, and natural gas. I'm fortunate in that I have the benefit of being surrounded on the EAC by subject matter experts who are not just technical and intellectual thinkers, but are also philosophical at heart. They ask tough questions, which creates a perfect canvas for this panel to paint their perspectives and experiences, and for the rest of us to interpret and absorb like a fine work of art. All cards on the table. I work for the natural gas industry, hence my pillow. I love natural gas. I am a dreamer and a doer. Give me a problem and together we will work to solve it. Oh yeah, and I'm an engineer. Don't hold that against me. Over the past couple of years, I have found it disconcerting how different forms of energy are being pegged against one another. As we find ourselves reducing our energy portfolio to a small handful of options and putting all of our energy eggs into one basket, we strive towards solving one problem, for example, greenhouse gas emissions, while unintentionally creating others, such as reduced energy system resilience. Secretary of Energy Granholm announced this week the DOE initiative Hydrogen Shot. I'm excited about this. Basically, this is supposed to cut the cost of hydrogen fuels derived from renewable energy, and possibly even from natural gas, if carbon emissions are captured and stored. How is hydrogen, this new kid on the block, going to play out? How can hydrogen be leveraged to store and transport renewable energy? How can natural gas and hydrogen team up? How can the 2.5 million miles of natural gas pipeline, the safest and most reliable mode of energy transportation in the United States, be repurposed to meet DOE's, quote, big, hairy, audacious, unquote, hydrogen future? And that was a quote from the Secretary. Love it. Working together towards a sustainable and resilient zero-carbon emission future, hydrogen, batteries, and natural gas. We have an exceptional panel representing R&D, manufacturing, and the pipeline industry. Our panelists have impressive bios. I invite you to review those in your materials and to note for yourself how fortunate we are to have snagged some of their time. We'll start with Neva Espinosa, love her name, from EPRI, and Michael Rutkowski, I like his name too, of GTI, covering the R&D progress. We'll transition to Robert Wimmer of Toyota, Marcel Gallagher of Nourion, and Anne-Marie Manger of Tata Steel to cover manufacturing. By the way, Marcel and Anne-Marie are joining us from across the Atlantic. And we'll close with Steve Elliott of Enbridge to cover the repurposing of natural gas pipelines. our motto today, there's always room for hydrogen. So let's get started. Neva, Rob, why don't you take it away?
Great. Thank you so much, Kimberly. And Mike and I will get started here. I'm going to just pull up some content to share our slides. Can you make me a presenter? It won't let me share right now. Thank you. Okay, can everyone see the content and hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Fantastic. So thank you all for inviting Mike and I to be part of the panel and the conversation today. So just a little bit about me. So my name is Neva Espinoza. I am the Vice President of Energy Supply and Low Carbon Resources here at EPRI, and I think everyone here knows EPRI, but just in case, we are a 501c3 nonprofit R&D organization that supports kind of the end-to-end power system. Mike?
Thanks, Neva, and hi, everyone. Great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Mike Rakowski. I'm the Senior Vice President of Research and Technology Development for GTI, Gas Technology Institute, similar to EPRI in that we're a nonprofit energy technology research and development organization serving the natural gas and broader energy industry, and I'm also the executive sponsor of the Low Carbon Resources Initiative along with Neva.
Great, thanks, Mike. So we thought when we started off today, we would just give some perspective on a little bit how EPRI and GTI both see kind of the future of our energy system, which is quite complementary, as you may or may not expect when we really look out over the next decade and out to 3 decades and beyond. So when we're looking at reimagining the future energy system, we see a couple core capabilities and aspects of the system that are going to be critical as we move forward. So I think what I need you to focus on first is what's on the bottom of this slide. Our energy system of the future is going to be clean, but it needs to continue to be affordable and reliable in that process. And these 3 things are kind of the foundations and the pillar of our energy system today, and will continue to be the foundation and pillar of our energy system as we move forward. So when we see some of the core trends and the core things that we need to be focusing on in that energy system, there are 3 kind of categories. The first is decarbonization. So decarbonization, I think everyone here is more than aware of everything that's going on in decarbonization around the world, certainly here in the US. But we see ways to accelerate economy-wide decarbonization over the next decade. And then beyond that, how can we really achieve that net zero clean energy system all the way out to mid-century? And we see hydrogen being a core part of that future energy system as we look out. We also see an increased need for resiliency of the energy systems. And I have heard some of the comments as I joined towards the end of this meeting, and I heard you guys use the word resiliency a bunch of times. But we believe hydrogen and other low carbon resources can help add to and ensure resiliency of our future energy system, whether that be used as an energy storage mechanism and or a fuel. And then, of course, transformation. We see a lot happening in overall modernization of that energy system. The instrumentation, controls, communication protocols, cybersecurity. I heard you guys talking a little bit about physical as well as cybersecurity and how those things are so interdependent and interplayed. So we see all 3 of these things being core aspects of this future energy system as we move forward. Mike, I'll turn it over to you to cover some of GTI's overall vision.
Thanks, Neva. And as Neva mentioned, it is a very complementary vision to that which EPRI envisions. And it really is a transformation. So to try to put it in somewhat of a picture, we see that future energy system having many of the same characteristics as our current energy system. I mean, we'll still need to have a variety of energy sources. We'll need to make and convert those into different forms of energy that can be transmitted and stored and serve a wide variety of energy end uses. So, those being electricity from renewable sources, from nuclear, from fossil sources, but also including liquid and gaseous fuels and energy carriers in the molecular form. Those will move through an infrastructure that will allow us to transport and store those various forms of energy to meet a wide variety of end uses in buildings, in transportation, in power generation, as well as other industrial needs. So those characteristics will be the same. The aspects that will be different in this transformation is that we'll have many different systems, different and interesting energy carriers, new connections between those energy carriers, and what we would view as a further deeper integration of the energy systems of today. So more closely aligned gaseous fuel infrastructure and electric infrastructure, also considering liquid forms of energy and how we're converting from renewable energy sources into gaseous and liquid forms to meet a wide variety of end use. We think that this challenge of meeting a mid-century net zero goal is so great that we need to leave the options on the table. We need to have a portfolio of energy solutions across the make, move, store, and use value chain. And we need to be able to more tightly integrate those and manage the CO2 emissions associated with those in a way to meet a variety of energy end uses in a reliable and affordable and safe manner. So very consistent with EPRI's view, and when EPRI approached us over a year and a half ago, I think our light bulbs collectively went off together, and we just felt that we needed to align our efforts across both the electric and gas industries.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. And so when we think about hydrogen and the role it's going to play in our future economy, EPRI and GTI have worked really hard together to really take an economy-wide view of what does our decarbonization pathway look like in order to enable this net zero by mid-century. So as many of you are probably very aware, I know Daniel Brooks is our EPRI representative on our committee, but so we have done a ton of modeling and analysis work economy-wide to really understand how the U.S. can look at and potentially achieve our carbon reduction goals. So if you think about what's happened in the U.S. over the past 15 years, we've had a great story here, right? We've had significant overall reduction on an annual basis, if you will, of CO2 from economy-wide perspective. So if you look at this kind of simplified diagram, the blue line here is economy-wide. So where we've been from 2005 to 2020 is about a 16% reduction of annual CO2 emissions, primarily driven by what you'll see there is the green line in the electric sector, about a 35% CO2 reduction over the past 15 years. When we look over the next decade to achieve the 50% goal of economy-wide CO2 reduction, we're taking a look at what will it actually take to drive to that 50%. And it's about 3x, 3 times the pace of CO2 reduction as compared to what we've achieved over the last 15 years to meet that overall goal. And all sectors of the economy will have to take part in that. The electric sector will take part of that, transportation sector will take part in that, and industry and buildings will take part in that, primarily and largely driven by reducing the CO2 emissions of the electric sector and electrification of other sectors. But when we look beyond 2030 out to 2050, and we look to achieve a net zero goal by mid-century, it's going to take a lot more than the tools we currently have available. So we're going to continue energy efficiency strides as much as we can. We're going to continue decarbonizing the electric grid so much that it's essentially no or very, very low carbon. And we're going to continue efficient electrification in all places we possibly can. But a fourth tool will be needed to achieve that economy-wide net zero reduction. And to achieve it reliably and affordably is going to take additional technologies, an abundance of technologies, if you will, in order to maintain what we already have within our electric system. And that is really where the Low Carbon Resources Initiative, an initiative that has been partnered between EPRI and GTI, is focused on. Technologies that will start to be commercially deployed and scaled in that 2030 to 2050 timeframe to enable economy-wide decarbonization. So the LCRI is a 5-year R&D commitment focused on advancing low carbon technologies. And it takes an economy-wide approach as well as a full energy supply chain approach, from how do we produce these resources, how do we move them and store them across the energy system, where are the best places to use them, and then how do we integrate them into our existing systems. And by existing systems, that can mean our existing electric systems, whether it be grid or asset connected, as well as our existing natural gas systems. I'm sure you'll hear more about from some of our other speakers shortly. So the overall initiative really touches that entire supply chain. The way we have broken down and organized our work is around a variety of technical areas. As you see here, you can think about them kind of programmatically. So our focus is hydrogen, ammonia, synthetic fuels, and biofuels across that supply chain, looking at carbon capture and storage as one of the technologies that are cross-cutting to enable the overall CO2 reduction and creation of clean hydrogen. So when you look across these areas in the bottom, you see the buckets that we talked about before. So we talk about the idea of how do you make these resources. So there's the renewable fuels work. There's a hydrocarbon-based work, which has a large focus on CCS and potentially using things like steam methane reformation to create clean hydrogen. Steam methane reformation that is mitigated. And then, of course, electrolytic processes, and really advancing and enabling the advancement of electrolyzer technology to overall reduce cost and increase the capability in terms of flexibility of these assets as we move forward. We have a lot of work going on in our delivery and storage areas, especially looking at blending within pipelines, which we'll hear about later in the session as well. And then what parts of the economy could you potentially use these resources? Part of that is within the electric sector. So can we be using low carbon fuels to actually create electricity, low carbon electricity? And what are the challenges in doing that, whether in a blended and or pure 100% form? And then what are other sectors of the economy that we should be partnering with upfront as we look at how these low carbon resources become an impactful way for us to reduce overall CO2. And then our last two areas are what we would consider more cross-cutting. So safety and environmental aspects, really thinking about how can we be designing the proper safety and circular economy type of philosophies in these systems before we get to scale or before we start commercialization. So we are very intentional about what they look like in the future. And then, of course, how do we integrate them across the energy system? So with that, I'm going to turn over to Mike, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about some of the complexity in the overall ecosystem as we look at it.
Thanks, Neva. So speaking of complexity, this chart is intended to be very complex, and it really represents the complex nature of our integrated energy system. I'm sorry, is there a question? I hear some background.
Actually, that's a good point. I hear background noise.
If you are not speaking, once again, as I had said during the opening remarks, please go on mute. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So our economy-wide energy system is very complex, and as Neva mentioned, the focus of the Low Carbon Resources Initiative is on those alternative energy carriers, those low carbon resources like hydrogen, ammonia, biofuels, and synthetic fuels, but to really understand where those have a role in pathways to a low carbon economy, we have to look at the whole ecosystem. And that's what's represented on this chart. So one of the major efforts underway within the LCRI is the Integrated Energy System Modeling. And that really starts with primary energy, so sources like renewables on your left, nuclear, natural gas, petroleum, coal, bioenergy, and thinks of all the different conversion and storage and delivery mechanisms through the end use of those energy carriers in buildings, in industry, in transportation, and power generation as well. So you can see that there's an understanding needed of where can we directly use low carbon resources? What's the highest and best use that will optimize the achievement of a net zero energy economy by mid-century? And where can we go through various conversions, including carbon capture and sequestration, including natural climate solutions, including direct air capture, for example. And finally, what is the infrastructure that's going to be needed across all of those forms of energy to get it to the many end uses? So this is an extremely complex effort. You can think of it as a production simulation modeling exercise that's economy-wide. We think it's necessary to inform our research. And as Neva mentioned, our goal is to advance those technologies that are going to be needed in the 2030 to 2050 timeframe, which means we want to have them ready by 2030. And we know there's not a single silver bullet that's going to solve all our problems. We know there's going to be a need for a variety of energy technologies and the infrastructure to support them. So this effort will help us prioritize where the most promising pathways are and what types of technologies need further development, further demonstration, and further infrastructure investment. So quite a complex picture, really intended to represent our entire energy economy, but it should provide us with some good direction in terms of where to focus our research efforts within the LCRI. So in terms of the LCRI sponsorship, we're very happy with the level of interest, the level of support across the energy industry as a whole. We're currently up to 46 or 47 sponsors, and we have over 120 million in funding commitments over the 5-year period. So when we started the LCRI, knowing what a great challenge it is going to be to reach net zero by mid-century, we knew that we had to work in a way that maximized our scale, maximized collaboration across many different players in the industry, and also provided leverage, provided the means to do things that any one of these companies on their own would not be able to achieve. With research and development, that's often a problem. A single entity is often challenged in funding research and demonstration all the way through the various technology readiness levels. So by collaborating, we felt we had a much greater opportunity to make an impact, and also collaborating with outside stakeholders, including the Department of Energy, and bringing a set of aligned industry participants to the table to work together with the DOE, other state energy offices, even international funders, and private industry. So you can see here we have many of the electric and gas combination utilities. We have some electric-only utilities, some gas-only utilities. We also have a few big energy equipment manufacturers like GE and Mitsubishi, and then some international players like Nomac, based in the Middle East as an O&M provider, TEPCO, Tokyo Electric Power Company, and the entities like National Grid that have overseas operations as well. So we're very happy with the level of support that we've gotten. We think this will provide a means for leverage, for collaboration, and the ability to operate at scale. You go to the next page, Neva. So that's a quick snapshot of efforts underway at the LCRI. As Neva mentioned, we've released our research vision just last month. We released that on Earth Day in April, and the public website is lowcarbonlcri.com, and there you can see links to the research vision launch recording, as well as all of the public documents that we've developed thus far. That includes the research vision document. We have a monthly LCRI newsletter. We have kind of an overview. We have a number of technology briefs, as well as plans for additional research that's underway. We're currently about a year into the LCRI. We've made a lot of progress in terms of getting our sponsorship in terms of setting our research vision and our priorities for the research. And pretty quickly right now, we're really turning the corner into execution. So we have a number of projects underway that we were able to get involved with early on. I think about 14 projects that are highly leveraged across the members and other outside funding sources. But for the remainder of the next 4+ years, we'll really be moving into directed research that is originating from the input from all of the sponsoring companies and facilitated by GTI and EPRI. So, with that, I think that's all the slides we have prepared. Happy to turn it over to the next speaker and look forward to answering any questions at the end.
Thanks, Neva. Thanks, Mike. Great presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions for you all. I know I do. And I'm excited to ask about them. Okay, so with that, let's turn this over to Robert Wimmer of Toyota.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, and I can see you. Okay, we are good to go.
Technology, a good thing. So I really thank you, Kimberly, for the kind introduction, and I'd like to thank the EAC for this opportunity to speak today. Also, my shout out to Sunita over in the Office of Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Office at DOE for, I think, throwing my name into the hat for this opportunity. So my background, I've been with Toyota 17 years. I work out of the Regulatory Affairs Office, and much of my career I've been involved with vehicle electrification, particularly fuel cell vehicles. Actually, I started with methanol-fueled fuel cell vehicles, but now I'm spending a lot of time on hydrogen vehicles. So without further ado, let me hopefully be able to share my screen here. Let's get the right one. Okay, can everyone see that? Hopefully.
Yes, looking good, looking good.
Is my little speaker box in the screen or not? Move this out of the way just in case it's there. All right, so let's get going here. All right, so Toyota's, I think we're on the demand side when it comes to hydrogen. We jumped into the, shall we say, the deep end of the pool over 5 years ago now when we introduced the fuel cell Mirai to the global marketplace as really the first high volume fuel cell vehicle introduced. So what I'd like to do today is go through a little bit about what we're doing, some of the learnings we've had, and basically some recommendations for going forward when it comes to fuel cell, light and heavy duty fuel cell vehicles, both on the fueling side and the vehicle side. So let me see here. There we go. So what's our motivation? Toyota in 2015 announced our 2050 environmental challenge. This is well before a number of other companies were talking about trying to achieve goals by 2050. But our goal has 6 different parts. The one that applies directly to tailpipe emissions is our 90% reduction by 2050. And that's a global challenge for all of our vehicles sold globally to reduce tailpipe CO2 by 90%. And the lower graphic shows really what we're looking at, and it's a portfolio of electrification technologies that will be the majority of the vehicles that we're selling globally by 2050. And we believe that's important because at least where we see technology today and in the foreseeable future is based on the consumer demands and our customers' demands around the world, there's going to be a need for a portfolio or a variety of electrified vehicles. And that includes pure battery electrics, still some hybrids that use some amount of liquid or hydrocarbon fuel, and then ultimately fuel cell vehicles that where we see the technology today probably is most applicable for tech vehicles that must have a long range and also are on the larger side. So that's our vision going forward. And then In the near term globally, we're planning to introduce a electrified version of every model, Toyota and Lexus model we sell will have an electrified version. And by 2025, that'll roughly be about half of the vehicles we sell globally. So roughly 5.5 million vehicles in the next few years will be electrified. So in the U.S., this portfolio consists of 15 different hybrids, everything from relatively small compact cars up to now the Sienna minivan, which only comes as a hybrid. And I think what you're going to see going forward is more and more vehicles that are only offered as hybrids, and then ultimately that's going to shift to more plug-in hybrids and then pure EVs as well as fuel cell vehicles. So this is the second generation Mirai that just came out this year. That follows the first generation vehicle that I mentioned we introduced in 2020 or 2015 in the U.S., primarily in California. That's where the bulk of the sales were because the hydrogen infrastructure is there. But one of the points I want to make here with this slide is electrification progress takes time. And I think this is a scale issue as well as a customer issue, and that it took us roughly over 20 years to sell 4 million hybrids in the country, and we now are at roughly 23% of our fleet or new vehicle sales are hybrid. So that's the type of time frame that with basically no government incentives and just trying to move the market through normal business type of needs or approaches, it can take decades to get the markets to shift. So this much more rapid shift that we see, from a regulatory perspective as well as being claimed by a number of our competitors, we think is going to be quite challenging just from our own experience over the last 20 years. And then our goal is to get to 70% electrified by 2030, which is an achievable goal, and we believe we can do that with the current market demand for the technologies. So if we go to the next slide, this is specifically about our fuel cell vehicle, some of the advantages and status of the vehicle. So as you can see that it fuels at a standard refueling station. There's no need for any sort of home system to refuel. So for folks in multi-unit dwellings, it's just like any other vehicle. They just go down to the corner gas station. Long range, 400 miles, good cold weather performance, and the real plus is it refuels just like your gasoline vehicle in 3 to 5 minutes. And that appeals to a lot of our customers because they don't have to change their behavior. They just, when it's low on fuel, they go to a fueling station, they fill up and go. So that's one of the reasons why we're bullish on the technology, because it's not asking the consumer to change their behavior. And we're not the only one. Honda and Hyundai also have vehicles. And what I like to make a point of, there's 10,000 of these being used by the average people in California today. These aren't just a handful of sort of prototypes. This is a commercial product from 3 different manufacturers. And I think that's just shows how serious the industry is in trying to make this work. The challenge is, of course, infrastructure. We won't sugarcoat that. There's 48 stations open now in California. That's the largest complaint from our customers. They want more stations. They want to make sure they're reliable. They want to make sure there's fuel there. So there's another 60 under construction or permitting or in the design phase. And we're also working with Air Liquide, industrial gas supplier, to build some stations in the Boston area to basically launch the fuel cell vehicles on the East Coast. So I think when you think about a hydrogen station, a lot of people hear, oh, they're millions of dollars. It's so expensive. But you have to think about how many vehicles a single station can support. So when we look at this, we take it from a standpoint of what's the cost per vehicle serviced. So if a fuel cell vehicle can refuel in 3 to 5 minutes, a single dispenser can roughly handle 10 vehicles an hour. You move to a full-size station, the newest stations have 2 dispensers, 4 nozzles. So now you're looking at nearly 500 vehicles a day or over a 12-hour period as a maximum capacity for the station. Now, if you make the assumption people refuel maybe twice a week, you could triple that to roughly 1,500 individual fuel cell vehicles can be supported by one station. So that could be those in a neighborhood, or if the station's near a freeway, that many commuters passing by could make use of the station. And when we think about, okay, how much hydrogen is that? That's basically 1 ton of hydrogen a day. So that just gives you some sort of a scale of what a small hydrogen station, capability and capacity of a small hydrogen station. So if another feature of fuel cells is their scalability. So on the left-hand side is a cutaway of our first generation Mirai. You can see the tanks in yellow, and then the fuel cell stack here is right in the middle. And if you would double this system, which is exactly what we've done, you can package it under the hood of a tractor trailer, and with the appropriately sized batteries and hydrogen storage, now have a tractor trailer that can haul 80,000 pounds, 300 miles on a fill. Same thing with transit buses. You can package them in such a way to be able to operate 8 to 12 hours a day on a single fill of hydrogen. On the medium duty side, you can use a single system and scale your batteries and hydrogen storage for a variety of medium duty applications. And then, you know, the options are somewhat unlimited when you look at what other technologies you can electrify. It's a matter of being able to store the hydrogen on board or generate it, and then operate your ships and forklifts and rail with that. Actually, there's over 10,000 forklifts. No, I think the number is greater than that. I think it might be 40,000 hydrogen forklifts operating in the U.S. today. So that's a big market as well for fuel cell powered vehicles. What are our actual activities? We have 2 heavy duty truck programs. One is with PACCAR, and this is an additional program that we're working with Kenworth on, as well as with Hino. The system is basically what we showed before, which is the paired up, doubled up fuel cell system. And these are go into a little bit more detail of the actual road use of these vehicles, but these are in process now. We have over 100 of the Sora fuel cell buses that are queued up to support the Olympics. They were built and ready to go over a year ago. So once the Olympics starts in July, we'll be handling all transport of athletes and support trainers and that around Japan for the Olympics. And then some medium duty trucks in Japan, as well as forklifts and utility vehicles. So going back to our commercial program, this is at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, and this is a 10 unit program, 10 trucks with 4 different operators and 2 fueling stations, one at the Port of Los Angeles and one at the out inland in Ontario. These trucks are operated every day in routes where they're taking drayage, which are the cargo containers you see coming off ships from the ports to inland destinations, either businesses or to the railhead. And this is really important to demonstrate the advantage of having zero emission vehicles in some of the very polluted, disadvantaged communities around the ports and around the freeways leading to and from the ports. So the state is very interested in how these vehicles can help improve the living conditions and air quality in these disadvantaged communities. So the actual project is one that we started about 5 years ago. And the key with this is that these initial projects have to be partnerships between the public entity, whether it's the state or federal or even regional, and then the manufacturers as well as the fuel manufacturers as well as the vehicle manufacturers. And if that's done in such a way, you can then share the risk because there's a big investment in the infrastructure and then the vehicles, but the states can help either share that risk by funding or putting in place sustainable funding mechanisms that allow you to move forward with that product into the future. The other part of the California project is Trigen. And what this is a fuel cell system that's being installed at the port that will take biomethane from the Central Valley and generate electricity and heat that we use at the port itself for our operations, sell some of the electricity back to the grid, and then the hydrogen that's created during this process will be used to fuel the trucks as well as fuel the Mirai that come off the ships from Japan that we then end up selling in California. So this will be roughly 1.2 tons per day of hydrogen that will be consumed at the port for our operations there. And then, as I mentioned before, the operation of these vehicles in disadvantaged communities. So the final slide I have is a little bit a discussion, and it had been brought up earlier, is the diversification. And we see it as extremely important both on the feedstock side for the hydrogen as well as for the vehicle side. And on the feedstock side, depending on what part of the country you're in, you may have better supply of renewable feedstocks than others. So if you're in an area with a lot of renewable electricity, then it would make sense to make your hydrogen from that source. If you're in other parts of the country where you could use natural gas with sequestration or biogas as we're using in California, that's the right approach. So we don't want to exclude any of these lower cost sources of low carbon hydrogen just because they're maybe less attractive than others. I think the key is that all need to be used to grow the technology and grow the supply of hydrogen. On the vehicle side, the vehicles drive the power plant scale. So basically, if you scale the vehicles, then that increases fuel cell volume and you drive down the power plant, the powertrain cost, the fuel cell cost. On the heavy duty side, when you scale heavy duty, that really increases the fuel demand because they'll use between 30 and 40 times more fuel per day than a passenger vehicle. So that'll drive fuel demand, driving down the cost. So that synergy is very important for the actual success of the whole, in our view, the success of hydrogen and fuel cell vehicles is to make sure that all of these grow in parallel to reduce the cost of both the fuel and the vehicle technology. So that's the end of my material. I will send it back to Kimberly for the next speaker and look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Bob. That was fascinating, and I have to tell you, I love my Prius. All generations of Prius or Prii that I've owned. So thank you very much. All right, now let's cross the Atlantic and catch up with Marcel and Anne-Marie, and they're going to talk about what they're doing on the other side of the world at Nouryon and Tata Steel. So, Marcel, Anne-Marie, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, and happy to be here. And also thanks, Drew, for sending us the invite to present the view of the decarbonization of at least a part of the industry. And I'll be starting with this presentation, and then I'll hand over the floor to Anne-Marie. First, maybe a brief introduction on my end. Marcel Ferrer responds for the energy and the new business part within Nouryon. Nouryon, a global chemical company, and we are already today large in electrolysis and then also in hydrogen, but I'll come back to that later. So this presentation will be about actually two different parts. I will take the first part, and then I'll hand over to Anne-Marie, and the first part will be about the role of the industry. And already earlier on in the presentation... Marcel? Yes?
You may want to switch to your display settings. You're on the presenter mode.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
If you go to display settings, you can switch.
Let me go do that.
Yeah. Swap the top one.
Oh.
That can be done as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I'll start with the role of hydrogen. And already earlier today, I heard that somebody was mentioning hydrogen, the new kid on the block. Yes, to some extent that's true, but at the same time, within the industry, we already have a really long-lasting experience with hydrogen. So we know how to transport hydrogen, we know how to produce it, we know how to use it. It's an existing important building block in most of the value chains and chemical chains where we're active already today. So for us, how do we see the role of hydrogen going forward? We really see it as an enabler for the hard-to-abate sectors. Shipping, aviation, plastics, steel. Annemarie will talk about that later on. But hydrogen is not so much the solution, but it's primarily an enabler of the solution. And the other thing what is important when we're talking about hydrogen, in order to get the cost down for green hydrogen, we need scale. And this is what the industry can deliver. If we listen to the storyline on the mobility side, the heavy transport can provide some scale, but especially the industrial use will deliver scale which we need in order to get the cost for green hydrogen down and be competitive with the solutions we have today. Let me move to the next picture, and that is a picture on the market of electrolysis, because if you look at the market today, it is really about green hydrogen, and that is produced through water electrolysis. So splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen. The truth is as well that the largest installed capacity of water electrolysis is actually a 10 megawatt installation, which we have in our operations in Norway today, but that is already standing there for 30 years and has been in operation for those 30 years because the fossil alternative to produce hydrogen is at this moment still the most competitive way. So how do we get from the 10 megawatt today, as the largest one at least in Europe, to 20, to 50, to 100, to really build the scale and get the cost down? And for that we need the customers, we need actually complete new value chains, and I think that is the main challenge we are facing in the industrial sector. How do we really build all these new value chains? Because all the equipment suppliers of electrolyzers, most of them are 60, 70 people production facilities or organizations. So the full value chains of suppliers, of equipment manufacturers also feeding into these electrolyzer companies need to scale up to fulfill actually the need of this market. But at the same time, the good news is there is a lot of experience on electrolysis, but not so much on water electrolysis. As a company, we have at this moment 1,000 megawatts of electrolysis in operation globally. So then moving towards the scale up, and this is also going towards the link later on the steel side, but we are today working on quite a big number of projects, primarily in Europe, because this is where initially the whole discussion on green hydrogen started. We have some initiatives in the Netherlands when we're talking about a 20 megawatt installation to produce hydrogen for the production of green methanol. We're working together with other parties towards sustainable aviation fuels, together with KLM, the Royal Dutch Airline. Annemarie will talk about the example with Tata Steel. We're working together on a 250 megawatt installation in Rotterdam together with BP and some large initiatives also in Denmark when it comes to large-scale storage of hydrogen and compressed air into salt caverns, because that is an important element where hydrogen can play a role, because it can be stored in large quantities underground, in this case in salt caverns. And as we are also a salt mining company, we also have salt caverns in our activity. So this is why we are looking at this. But we can use that to balance part of the electricity system. One of the other discussions I heard earlier on in this presentation. Then I would like to go to the next part, and that is really about getting the costs down for hydrogen, because green hydrogen is still in the early phase, and we believe it's possible to get the cost, primarily the capex, down with around 80%. And then I'm not talking in about 20 to 30 years from now, no, really within 10 to 20 years from where we're talking, so where we are today. And we also know how to do that. So we are looking at breakthrough technology. Well, that is really for the long term, but for the shorter term, we're talking about working towards higher pressures, so higher pressure electrolysis, higher current density, because that increases the output of the hydrogen, other material usage, balance of plant, reducing the complexity, creating more flexibility in operating a unit, and then balancing the electricity grid. All types of studies, what we're doing together with knowledge institutes, large public-private partnerships. And of course, the last thing I want to mention here is the whole safety element, because if we're going to do this at large scale in industrial situations, to some extent even under pressurized, then safety is of course of key concern for everyone working on this. Then before handing over to Annemarie and let her introduce herself, because this is actually the link towards her presentation, is one of the projects, as I've mentioned, is a project with Tata Steel in the Amsterdam area, where we're trying to develop a new cluster on hydrogen, where it's not only about hydrogen towards the steel industry, but really about building a hydrogen ecosystem towards aviation, towards mobility, and this is where I'll hand over to Annemarie.
Thank you, Marcel. I'm Annemarie Manger. I'm Director of Sustainability for Tata Steel in Europe, and indeed working with Marcel to develop some of these exciting projects. I think we already said at the start of the session, people said that a cluster approach in regions is very valuable, and I fully subscribe to that. You can see a couple of examples here of all kinds of skill sets and businesses that we have in the Amsterdam region. And actually to link those businesses is the way to make these projects fly. And I will add to the presentation of Marcel from a steel perspective. So you see two projects which are linked to Tata Steel on this slide. You see on the left-hand side, and I'll come back to that, our Everest project, a carbon capture storage project producing blue hydrogen. The project we're developing together with Nobian is the green hydrogen project on the top right, Hermes we call it, and that's in fact the starting point. So where Marcel calls that, and it is in fact quite a scale increase compared to the current standards within the Netherlands, 100 megawatt green electricity, you will see that once you start talking about steel, the numbers and the capacities go far beyond that. So Marcel, if you can move to the next slide, then I'll try to illustrate what the steel industry is looking at. In IJmuiden, we have a steel site which produces 7 million tons of steel by 2 blast furnaces in its current operation, and ultimately we want to be carbon neutral in 2050. And basically we see two predominant routes to achieve that carbon neutrality. But the main vision is that by that time we will have solved the issue on how to produce steel based on hydrogen. And based on hydrogen means that we have to solve the technology issue in the steel making, but it also means that we will have to have these capacities which are available. And if we would calculate that for our site, it would mean that we would need 385 kilotons of hydrogen per annum to actually get there. So that's quite a step up in scale from where we are now. If I then start at the left bottom part, so currently we have plans for this 2024 100 megawatts or 15 kilotons of hydrogen. And then we see that the pace of hydrogen supply is not quick enough to allow us to switch to hydrogen-based steelmaking straight away, in combination with the fact that this technology still has to be happening. So we are also pursuing a dual path, which is the carbon capture, usage and storage path. And that is there on the left-hand side. The targets for the Netherlands are quite ambitious. We have to reduce at least 30% of our emissions. Our emissions currently are 12 megatons of CO2 per annum, about 7% of the total national emissions in a small country. And we want to achieve a reduction of at least 40% by 2030. So that is a major step. On the next slide, there's a bit of more explanation on that first step, or maybe first on the area of where we are. So for those of you that don't have the geography of Europe actively on your eyes, on the right-hand side where you see Europe, the Netherlands is a very, very small country to the right of the UK. And what you will see is that in that area between the UK and Norway and the Netherlands, you see all kinds of pink clouds there, and those pink clouds are actually suitable storage locations to store CO2 in empty gas fields in the North Sea. So that is one of the attractive presence around the Netherlands, that we have that option for carbon capture and storage. It's one of the things that the Dutch steel industry can make use of in the near term, and we will. And then, of course, the other asset base that is of interest to us is that there's very large wind parks being planned in that same North Sea, which will ultimately generate the hydrogen. And you also see the infrastructure in the Netherlands, which will connect the north of the Netherlands, our steel site and the Rotterdam area. Actually an infrastructure based on current natural gas pipelines to a large extent, and that will ultimately supply us with these huge volumes of green hydrogen, but from the green electricity. On the next slide, you will see then where we are, and you will see our ambitions with that 40% reduction. We start with the 15 kiloton of green hydrogen with the 100 megawatt electrolyzer of Nobion. The other interesting part is that on that, when we do the carbon capture on our waste gases, we still have a waste stream which contains a lot of carbon monoxide. And we actually will be using that waste stream of carbon monoxide to convert that through a syngas reaction into blue hydrogen. And that means that not only will we reduce our CO2, capture it and store it, but in the 2027 area, we will also be a producer of 100 kilotons of blue hydrogen, which is nicely fitting the scale up of the hydrogen economy in the Netherlands and particularly in our region. So starting as a very small green hydrogen producer, from my perspective, and Marcel will call it large, as it is, will be the largest scale up in the Netherlands at the time. Then stimulating the hydrogen usage by generating blue hydrogen. We will be both exporting that blue hydrogen and using it in our own facilities. Is our pathway to ultimately become carbon neutral and become the largest hydrogen consumer of the country, which is really on an impressive scale. So we have a very much vested interest to get this hydrogen infrastructure and business case working. And that's why we enjoy working together with Nobion and in the region to make sure this all comes together. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys are great. That's very impressive information, and we appreciate you sharing all that with us. It definitely got my mind spinning on some great questions. Okay, so now let's go ahead and bring in our closer, which is Mr. Steve Elliott, and he's going to give us a nice presentation of what they're doing at Enbridge. with natural gas pipelines and hydrogen. Steve?
Great. Thanks, Kim. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you.
Pull up presenter mode. I think. Okay.
All right. Good.
I think we're
Thank
good
you.
to go, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and evening, I suppose, for those in Europe. I guess I'd like to start by thanking Kim for inviting me to participate here today, my fellow panelists for teaching me some cool new things about hydrogen, and the members of the committee for giving me an opportunity to share a little bit about our view on the future of energy and how Enbridge has been positioning itself to support it. So as mentioned, my name is Steve Elliott, and I am the Director of Business Development and Marketing for Enbridge's gas transmission business focused on commercial activities in the Northwest. For those that don't know, Enbridge is North America's largest infrastructure company. And we've spent the last few decades aligning our asset mix with shifting fundamentals, including a 2-decade-long and $9 billion history of investing in renewable power. This started with wind and solar onshore here in North America and led to investments in offshore wind in Europe. Having previously set and met our climate goals, we announced ambitious new targets in 2020. Net zero emissions by 2050 and reducing the emissions intensity of our business by 35% by 2030. And this is more than just talk. We are already well down the road, progressing 4 pathways to achieving our targets: modernizing our assets, self-powering with renewables where possible, including 2 behind-the-meter solar projects already in operation in our gas system in the U.S., nature-based solutions and offsets, and finally decarbonizing the grid using technology like hydrogen, RNG, and carbon capture. And we are at the forefront of these efforts in our industry. In Canada, we are involved in 3 significant RNG projects and partnered in a biorefinery project. We recently celebrated the launch of Ontario's first carbon-negative RNG-fueled bus, and we've initiated a voluntary RNG program for our gas distribution customers. Last month, we announced a major new partnership to execute projects in the province of Ontario that convert organic waste into energy and utilize current Enbridge infrastructure to heat homes, power businesses, and fuel fleets, all while reducing carbon emissions. We are also evaluating carbon capture and sequestration opportunities across our network. That said, today I will focus my comments on both what we are doing as a company, as an early adopter in the hydrogen space, and how today's gas infrastructure can and should continue to provide the resilient, reliable, and cost-effective energy we enjoy, while complementing electrification and broader societal shift to net zero. So as we've heard from the other panelists, hydrogen, like natural gas, is a versatile molecule and can be used as energy directly or as a feedstock. And as the closer today, as Kimberly said, I'd like to spend a minute summarizing some of the potential applications for hydrogen in a decarbonized society. There are parts of our economy that will be difficult, if not impossible, to electrify. Industrial sectors requiring high heat, as we just heard from Taka, steel manufacturing, cement manufacturing, or long-distance heavy-haul transportation like trucks, trains, marine shipping, and aviation, to name a few. In addition, as costs for hydrogen come down from innovation and deployment, we believe its use will spill into the power and space heating sectors, complementing other low-carbon gases like RNG. Hydrogen is also a very effective way to store surplus energy. This could help to address curtailment of renewable power, or hydrogen could be used to address seasonal demand variation like natural gas does today. Unlike energy stored in batteries, energy stored as hydrogen does not deplete while waiting to be used, making it more flexible for longer durations. In transportation, as we heard from Toyota, low-carbon hydrogen can be consumed directly as energy in a fuel cell electric vehicle, for example. Or it can also be combined with other molecules to create synthetic fuels, which can then be dropped directly into today's engines without the expensive and time-consuming process of replacing assets. And then finally, hydrogen can be combined with captured carbon dioxide to produce synthetic natural gas, which can be added directly into today's natural gas system to reduce the life cycle carbon intensity of delivered energy. So Enbridge's own hydrogen journey started back in 2011. It's been a decade, and it's kind of hard to believe that. When we partnered with Hydrogenics, now part of Cummins Inc., to establish a collaborative joint venture creating and advancing the renewable hydrogen market in our franchise and beyond. This partnership led to the construction of the first utility-scale power-to-gas renewable hydrogen plant in North America. This plant in the city of Markham, Ontario, Canada, was commissioned in 2018. In its 3-year history of operation, it has proven the value of coupling the electrical and gas sectors, acting as a reliable outlet for surplus power when called upon by the independent electricity service operator. This facility can achieve minimum to maximum load swings in milliseconds. And if I can draw your attention to the lower right-hand graph, I'll overlay the facility response to the signal received from the IESO. So as you can see, the Cummins electrolyzer is pretty darn responsive. The hydrogen this facility produces can be stored, then converted back to electricity through a fuel cell, of course, or it can be distributed as a gas for other applications. In fact, later this year, we will become North America's first distribution utility to begin blending the hydrogen from this facility into a subset of our existing natural gas grid, starting with a 2% volume, 2% blend by volume into about 3,600 homes. This project, as I mentioned, will be the first of its kind in North America and will inform larger blending projects we are exploring across our distribution network, including making our Quebec-based affiliate, Gazifère, North America's first 100% green natural gas utility by the year 2050. And this, in large part, will be enabled by hydrogen. Beyond blending, we are developing projects that would leverage our existing compressed natural gas refueling stations, which were designed and built with hydrogen capability in mind. We are also in conversations on several mobile and stationary power generation applications using hydrogen from our production facility. On the transmission side of our business, the area that I work in, our focus is on closing gaps in understanding the technical feasibility of blending hydrogen in existing high-pressure, large-diameter natural gas systems. To that end, we are supporting R&D efforts like the High Blend study led by the National Renewable Energy Lab and funded by a consortia of industry players, including Enbridge and the Department of Energy. This research is investigating the impact of hydrogen blends on pipe materials, a life cycle emissions analysis using blends, and a techno-economic analysis of blending. All very important information that will help inform the future of hydrogen and gas transmission. Similarly, in British Columbia, Canada, we are nearing kickoff of a study of our own asset that will assess the feasibility and limits of hydrogen blending that's specific to the 2 BCF a day transmission system we operate in the province, as well as the networks of the local distribution companies that operate in the province. Efforts such as these will demonstrate how today's gaseous fuel system can and should continue to play an important role alongside electrification and energy system of the future as we collectively look to decarbonize the global economy. In fact, because of the lower carbon intensity of hydrogen and renewable natural gas, or even negative carbon intensity, as in the case of food waste or dairy-sourced RNG, it is possible to achieve a carbon-neutral pipeline supply, even while maintaining low-cost natural gas in the mix. This blend of natural gas, renewable natural gas, hydrogen, can result in a pipeline supply aligned not only with emissions targets, but also that maintains the reliability and affordability today. This is critical because although electrification will play an increasingly important role in the energy system of the future, 80% of the world's energy is consumed as a molecule today, compared to just 20% in the form of an electron. So we know this will change over time. But as mentioned earlier, replacing all of the molecule-based consumption with electricity while ensuring redundancy, reliability required during peak load will be extremely challenging to do both economically and practically. And I'd argue the experts agree. According to the International Energy Agency, maintaining a strong pace of emissions reduction to and through the year 2030 will require significant focus on multiple means of decarbonization, including energy and material efficiency, continued electrification, development of low-carbon liquids and gases alongside carbon capture, use, and sequestration. Bottom line is that electrification alone is not enough to work together on the future solutions. To underscore this need to work in tandem across sectors, I'd like to illustrate how something as simple, and simple really should be in air quotes, as introducing a small percentage of hydrogen to today's gas system can have a massive impact on the development, not only of a hydrogen value chain, but also complement broader efforts to decarbonize through electrification. The table before you shows the impact of blending hydrogen in 2 billion cubic foot per day pipeline system. The supporting infrastructure needed to enable low percentage blending would require hundreds of millions to billions of dollars of investment, hydrogen production facilities, and a similar investment in renewables to produce the power needed to feed. If the hydrogen were to be produced using natural gas reformation, coupled with carbon capture and sequestration, we'd see similar investment. If we extend this concept to this 1% blend concept to the entire United States, which consumes roughly 83 BCF a day of natural gas, we would require production of nearly 2,000 tons a day of hydrogen. And if that hydrogen was sourced solely from renewables, over 9 gigawatts of power at a typical load factor of 45% for offshore wind. Broadly adopted low percentage blending, could single-handedly provide the critical mass to kickstart low carbon hydrogen in the United States. And by the way, this would also result in a reduction of CO2 emissions of over 5 megatons if combusted instead of natural gas or with natural gas, and more if used in transport. Of course, none of this will happen without policy support, and while it's still early days on this front, particularly in North America, many global jurisdictions have committed massive dollars, billions in Europe and some countries in Asia, to support and develop the low carbon hydrogen ecosystem, much like they have with renewable power over the past few decades. So before I wrap up, I'd like to leave everyone with a few key elements that we think are critical to drive the emergence of hydrogen. First and foremost, this is going to be policy-led. Stable legislated policy to incent the investment necessary for low carbon gas at scale is a necessity. Early support for R&D in all parts of the hydrogen value chain, including a focus on existing infrastructure to minimize the incremental investment required and create early demand, is also value. I'll echo Robert's comment on the source of hydrogen. We firmly believe it is important that the focus be on the carbon intensity of the molecule rather than the means of production, so that we can ensure as hydrogen scales up, supply does not become a barrier. And finally, there are gaps in codes and standards that must be addressed and harmonized across jurisdictions to ensure efficient markets. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for the time and look forward to the Q&A.
This is great. And how you guys got us back on schedule is absolutely amazing with all that information. One thing though, Steve, before I let you conclude your presentation, can you repeat what you said, the focus beyond the energy content? It was one of the last items that you mentioned, and you were referencing something that Bob said.
Sure. What I said, Kimberly, is that we think that we should, as a society, focus on the carbon intensity of hydrogen that's produced rather than the means of production. What I'm really saying there is that we shouldn't preclude hydrogen production from natural gas through methane reformation if it's coupled with CCS and therefore can be largely mitigated from an emissions perspective. Gotcha.
Yeah, that was awesome. All right. Okay, well, with this, Steve, thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the panelists, Neva, Mike, Bob, Marcel, and Anne-Marie. And of course, Steve. And I'm going to throw this back to you, Chris, and let you tell us what it is we're supposed to do next.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, well, return by 2:45.
Ooh, an extra 3 minutes.
Yes. So please return by 2:45. Panelists, if you can stay for the next piece, which is the question and answer, where the EAC will be asking questions, we invite you to do so. And again, I do appreciate everyone's participation in the panel. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. I can't wait for the discussion after the fact. And Wanda, I don't know if you have any closing words before we move into the break.
I think you said it all. See everyone back at 45 minutes past the hour.
Thank you.
All right.
See you. Bye-bye. It's 2:45, Christopher. Let's get started.
All right. It is 2:45. Thank you for keeping me honest, Kimberly. I appreciate that. I may have been jamming to my tunes that you may have heard on your speakers there. I don't know if
we actually thought that was you. We did.
That was me. I was trying to do the whole comedy thing. Yeah, I was trying to be fancy.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good time.
Okay, so let us get back started. So we are all the panelists that were involved before on the call still. I know that some of our friends were in Europe, so I just want to make sure.
Our European friends are still with us. Yay!
Great. Okay.
We have not offended them. Amen.
So with that being said, the process is the same. We ask that if you do have a question, EAC members, again, reminder, it's just EAC members that can ask questions. Feel free to email the rest of, if you are not an EAC member, please feel free to reach out to the speakers separately. Again, if you can't raise your hand in the participation area for some reason, please just type in a question in chat. We'll be monitoring that. So we have until oh boy.
Is your clock under your desk?
What's that?
Is your clock under your desk?
No, but my agenda dropped to the floor. So we have until 3:45 for this discussion. So we have an hour. So with that being said, Kimberly, kick it off with a question because I know you have several questions.
I never ask questions. Okay, so before we do that, though, I have a question for you, Christopher. Is it possible to put it so that we can actually see each other again rather than seeing a blank screen? Well, we see you. Very handsome.
Yeah. You see it now?
We just see you, Christopher, which is wonderful, but
Hold on. Well, maybe
Well, Christopher's working with all of that and making it happen because that's what Christopher does. He makes things happen. We have some questions that we started to receive in the chat, and then we got answers to them, which is awesome. But I also want to ask these questions anyway so that there can be some discussion around them because just a few words is not good enough for answers. But I do want, what I'm going to do is something really different, is I'm going to go backwards, and I'm going to start with Paul Stockton. Not that Paul is backwards, but starting with his question and go up the chat rather than down the chat. So, Paul, your question is, I would like to ask a question about the natural gas support to DoD microgrid. Do you want to go ahead and pose your question?
Yes, please, Kimberly. And it may be that I'm backwards. We'll have that discussion another day.
That's a different panel.
Under Secretary Austin, there's a drive towards solar and other non-carbon generation sources to meet the emergency power requirements of large installations. But for the foreseeable future, gas can play an incredibly valuable role in supporting microgrids. I'm wondering from our narrow DCEI perspective, what kinds of additional measures might we take into account, including some of the work that we're doing in the GRINS portfolio that reflects the terrific progress that natural gas system providers are providing to secure the flow of gas for DoD microgrids, both behind the gates and also for large-scale transmission pipelines. Thanks.
So I'm actually going to throw that one out to Enbridge, and then for others to even contribute to who may or may not be on the panel. because this all drives back to one of the comments we've heard over and over. And one thing that I've noticed from all of our speakers goes to ensuring a diversified energy portfolio, so that we're not, again, putting all of our energy eggs in one basket. And so I think it's a great question. And Steve, I'm going to put you on the spot. And then if anyone else has any thoughts to add to that.
Sure. Well, I really didn't want to disappoint with my first response to a question, Kim, but I might have to here.
There's no disappointing.
Yeah,
No.
No, to be honest, I'm not that familiar with the DoD microgrid initiative, but I mean, to echo your comment, yeah, certainly. I mean, we kind of need all eggs in the basket, right? I mean, I think the more diversity we have for sources of energy, the more resilient society, and that would extend into.
No, that's great. Yeah, absolutely right. And so with that, I'm actually going to go ahead and throw it over to Neva and Mike, because I know that they are having to take, like what you're doing, Steve, and applying the blending of the hydrogen and natural gas in the real world experience, as opposed to just doing the R&D part of it, because it has to be a combination. What are y'all's thoughts, Neva and Mike, on this particular question?
Yeah, I can jump in with some thoughts, and then Neva can maybe add to that. So I think the key point there is resiliency, and that the purpose of the microgrid, the DoD installations, is fundamentally for resiliency, and to have more than one delivery method, and to be able to have on-site energy. So it really does demonstrate the need for multiple energy carriers. Some of the work that GTI has been doing with DoD installations are using natural gas technologies in micro combined heat and power units, very energy efficient technologies for building heating, using natural gas as a source of energy delivery. So having natural gas delivery through a reliable, resilient pipeline network, in addition to distributed energy from solar and potentially wind, and then ultimately hydrogen as well, as a way to decarbonize the energy use. I think all of those combined add to the resiliency, and they can all play a role in the DoD installations.
So, Mike,
can I interrupt for a second, Kimberly? Mike, that's wonderful. And if you wouldn't mind just jotting down a quick email to me, and any particular examples you might provide, if you're able to, of a defense facility, preferably a critical defense facility, a CDF, that's benefiting from this focus on resilient provision of natural gas. Love to include that in some of our GRIN's work going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, so actually what I was going to augment what Mike was saying, Paul, to back up what you're saying, is I love how you were saying, Mike, is that electricity from multiple sources and energy carriers in molecular form coming from a variety of energy sources. And I think that's the key here, variety of energy sources, variety of energy transportation mechanisms. Again, getting to not just diversifying or getting back to diversifying the portfolio, energy portfolio, but the transportation mechanisms as well. So, so Mike, hopefully I captured that correctly. And for you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't stop at natural gas with that concept as well. I mean, including liquid fuels, potentially hydrogen delivered, liquefied natural gas, other forms of energy carriers that can be transported in different ways.
Yeah, no, that's why I love, and it's so geeky when you said molecular form, because it's, electricity is electron, and gas and liquids, that's all molecular. And so when you're looking at it from molecular, you're not defining or limiting it to a certain type or even a certain phase of a chemical or whatnot. So thank you. Neva, did you have anything you wanted to add to that as well before we go on to the next question?
Yeah, so I think I would add just a little bit. So I totally agree with Mike. Resiliency is a huge part of it. I do think microgrids are going to be a great pathway for us to do kind of pilots and demonstration projects at a smaller scale, especially when we start ramping up blend levels, right? So most literature you read, and many people talked about it, you could, blend up to 10, 20% hydrogen, depending on the infrastructure. But as we think about increasing that blend, as we think about hydrogen as an energy storage mechanism, not just necessarily a fuel, I think the microgrid opportunity is one to really kind of show that entire ecosystem. We do these demonstrations that show the entire value chain. I think microgrids are.
What was you? I lost you on the last few words. Microgrids are what?
Sorry, I'm having an issue. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
could. Not in my ear.
The last sentence was so important, and then I missed it. Microgrids are.
I think they're a great opportunity to demonstrate the entire value chain and different mechanisms of hydrogen, both as a storage mechanism and as a fuel.
Well, you know what? I was actually going to take an exit off of this highway and get off of this topic, but actually I'm looking at Anne-Marie and I'm thinking, you guys do the microgrid stuff. I mean, you're looking at all of that from a hydrogen perspective for Tata Steel. I mean, can you share with us your experiences about how well those are working and what because you had to do a conversion, so to speak, from what you started with to where you're headed. And that's just fascinating.
And we still have to do that. So sometimes it feels like we've put in so much energy that it's already done, but this is still on the drawing board. But no, definitely it does take energy and it does take a different way of thinking. And I think a lot of the things have been mentioned before, but it really is thinking outside of your sector and to try and make the connection. And that basically holds for all modalities. It holds for electricity. It holds for hydrogen. In our case, it holds for CO2 capture, and there's going to be a grid of capturing that and to store that. And it holds for natural gas, maybe more traditional, but it's still part of the puzzle as well.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm actually, Paul, I'm exiting the highway from your question, and I'm actually going to take down the side road and go over to Lola. Lola, you said you have 2 questions. Go for it.
Thanks. I don't know that you can hear me okay. I'm having trouble with my audio all of a sudden. You can hear me fine?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, excellent. I can hear you all that well, but it doesn't matter. So we've been, I think, this was an awesome presentation, by the way. I think it's one of the better ones we've had in a long time. And clearly from everything that you all have said, it looks like there's a huge opportunity for hydrogen to help decarbonize important sectors of the economy. But what is the role of hydrogen for the power sector specifically, and in long duration storage? And I think Steve alluded to this and other applications. The second question is, of course, how can DOE help, and other agencies for that matter, help with your work on all this?
Long duration storage and what part can DOE play? All right. Steve, let's start with you. Let's go back to you and give you an opportunity to answer this question.
Yeah, so I think the simple answer is as we look to decarbonize gaseous fuel systems, hydrogen will play a complementary role to RNG and natural gas so that you can get to a net zero output. And if you think of power specifically, and certainly not my area of expertise, but there are initiatives underway today to explore decarbonization of power using hydrogen. There's a power plant in Utah that's going to be converting from coal to a blended natural gas hydrogen stream. I think it's 70% gas, 30% hydrogen here mid-decade, with the eventual goal of achieving combustion of 100% hydrogen stream in the future. Coupled with that is storage. So ability to create the storage of energy in a zero format using hydrogen.
So with the hydrogen, the idea of using the pipeline as, quote, a storage for the renewable energy, let's say. You got your renewable energy, you create the hydrogen, and then you blend that with the natural gas to put it into the pipeline. And one of the reasons you're blending it is because the pipelines were originally, they were made of materials for natural gas. And so we're not at the point yet where we're changing out materials in the pipeline system to accommodate 100% hydrogen. How does all of that, and then what happens with the hydrogen? How do you separate it at the end? You don't just say, okay, hydrogen, you exit here, and natural gas, you exit here.
That's right. Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, there's kind of two ways to look at that. One, the blended stream could be combusted as a blend to the extent the end user can actually handle a higher concentration of hydrogen. But if that's not possible, there is technology out there that can separate the hydrogen molecule from the natural gas stream, pressure swing absorption, for example, using springs. So, I think you can see both kind of scenarios playing out over time. And, I think I just maybe back to your comment around blending versus a full-scale or wholesale switch out to hydrogen in existing infrastructure. I think today, we don't know what the realm of the possible is on transport. I think distribution pipelines and distribution grids have a lot more research, have had a lot more research thrown at them over the last decade, say. So I think there's a better understanding there, including in our own distribution network in Ontario. Transmission, however, you do hear the 10 to 20% figure that Neva had mentioned as being possible. But I think the reality is every system was built up with different grades of steel, different related components, different ages, and therefore they need to be looked at individually to assess their capability and feasibility for hydrogen.
Yeah, no,
we've got some years to go before I think we understand exactly what's possible.
You're right, because we really do, in our efforts here, we want to make sure, what's the term, we crawl, walk, then run, rather than try to run and then fall flat on our face and end up getting hurt.
And maybe, sorry, Kim, I don't want to take over, but just to answer Lola's other question around what the DOE can do to support, I think the DOE is doing a lot of great work in supporting industry efforts already. I mentioned the High Blend study that recently received funding that's led by the National Renewable Energy Lab. I think those sorts of initiatives, and maybe even branching into more system-specific studies, like looking at a specific gas transmission system, for example, and supporting that through funding, would be kind of critical ways to understand early on what the existing infrastructure can handle.
Yeah, I think that's how we even got into this topic for this panel, was that how can we look at all of this in tandem and as a team, as opposed to saying, you're over here, so you don't count anymore, and we're just going to get rid of you. How can we all work together to maximize, like I say, repurposing, reusing? It's all the R's, right? Reduce, reuse, recycle, repurpose, refuse. But I see we have Paul Ciccio with a question on this. So, Paul, I'm assuming you're going to ask Steve a question, and then I've got Clay with a question after that. So, Paul, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, just so that everyone knows, I represent manufacturing companies, and we have thousands of different types of manufacturing processes that use natural gas. And one of the things that this subject of putting hydrogen into natural gas pipelines raises is, what impact does that have on the manufacturing processes? Does it impact equipment? Does it impact products? Does it impact production rates? In the end, there's no one that has answered that. And this is something that needs to be on the plate of the DOE before, soon, very soon. So that's my point, and it's a question, I guess, that needs some help on. If you have anything to lend on that, please do.
So that's a great question, and I think that's one that I definitely think Steve has something to contribute to, but definitely, Tata Steel, you've got stuff to contribute to that because you had to do a whole conversion. So Steve?
Yeah, 100% agree, Paul. I mean, that's a critical question that must be answered before anyone introduces hydrogen into a natural gas system, be it transmission or distribution. I mentioned in my presentation our Markham pilot project in Ontario where we're blending 2% by volume. We purposely chose the subsection of our grid in Markham to do that pilot because it was commercial and light commercial and residential users only. So, gas appliances like fireplaces and stovetops and such, furnaces, I mean, easy things to kind of wrap your head around blending in. When it comes to industrial processes and manufacturing, much more difficult to your point. And I think if I can draw a parallel to the other study that we're looking at embarking on here in British Columbia, part of the exercise is not only assessing our transmission system, but working with the distribution companies on who are their customers and what are their processes and how does hydrogen impact them. So yes, critical question to be answered. And I would agree, I don't think it has been answered in its entirety, certainly yet.
Anne-Marie?
Yeah, for the steel industry, the transition to hydrogen is a major transformation indeed, and it needs to replace the majority of the sites. So that is the steel making part. Of course, there's a lot of processes on a steel making site, like the rolling part, the mills part, where we have traditional burners, where people say, okay, you can easily start. But also there's still a lot of research to be done to change the burners, make sure that the temperature profiles are kind of similar or dissimilar, but at least that you know what you're doing, and then also that you know what the impact is on the steel grades that you have. So just the transition of natural gas to hydrogen sounds easy if you just look at calorific value. In practice, it's a bit more difficult. And in steel making or iron making with cokes is an exothermic process. If you would be doing that same reduction of iron ore with hydrogen is an endothermic process. And it sounds just a couple of letters, but it's a major world of difference. And it requires a lot of technology issues to be resolved before you can actually deal with it.
Yeah, Kimberly, I would. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go, Neva, go, definitely.
Yeah, so just some kind of fundamental things around this idea of blending in the pipeline and storage and end use stuff. So when people are talking, and this is just kind of general kind of input, right? So when people talk about blending hydrogen and pipeline, and they say 10 or 20 or whatever percent blend, they're typically talking about percent blend by volume. So you hear about hydrogen all the time, that hydrogen is this, great element because it has so much energy density by mass, right? Because hydrogen is the lightest element ever. But by volume, it doesn't have a fantastic energy density. Its energy density is a third of natural gas. So if you think about our natural gas pipeline here in the U.S., and I think there's 2 million miles of natural gas pipeline in the U.S. Mike can give me an up or down. Yeah, you got it, right? So if you were to totally empty, let's just say it's technically feasible. If I'm going to take that natural gas pipeline and I'm going to empty it of natural gas, which Kimberly, I know you don't want to do, but let's just talk about this for a second. Right? Completely empty it of natural gas and fill it with hydrogen. You would have only 1/3 of the amount of energy you used to have. So when you think about, okay, now I'm going to put 10% hydrogen into the natural gas pipeline or 20%, I'm going to blend it and use it on the end. You're not going to get the same percentage reduction in CO2, right? You're going to get some lesser CO2 reduction, maybe 8% or so, right? And I'll drop some reports and you guys can take a look at quick insight, kind of easy reads that talk about that. So when you really think about, okay, what is our end goal and what are we trying to do and what is the best way to get there, blending may be a transition up to a certain percent, but like if the research says you'll only blend 20% without making some major changes to your pipeline, and when you think about the pipeline, this is not just like solid pipe that you're putting, a gas into. You have to think about metering, you have to think about compression stations, you have to think about flows, you have to think about how those flows will change with lower energy density in that pipeline. There's a lot of questions to answer. So then you really need to evaluate well, if I'm only going to be able to blend up to 20, 30, I don't know, X percent, at what point do we say we're going to do that, but in parallel, maybe we're going to build some designated hydrogen pipelines so we can get to those much higher volumes of hydrogen all the way up to 100% blend. So I think that there are a lot of parts of evaluations that need to be understood. And Europe has made a lot of headway in terms of quantifying the 10 to 20%. They have done some demonstrations through end use, not only through manufacturing, on different university campuses and whatnot, where they've seen no negative impact on end use appliances. But you still have to go back to, where am I trying to get to? Net zero by 2050. Is it taking me 15 years to blend up to 20% hydrogen going to make a huge difference?
Maybe I can add to that.
Yes, Michelle, go for it.
We're working together in the Netherlands with quite some projects together with GasUnie, and GasUnie is the national gas grid company owned by the Dutch state. And the reason why we're working together with them, because they own the gas infrastructure and they are actually converting, and they have converted one pipeline into dedicated hydrogen, and they don't see primarily a route into converting or actually blending in the hydrogen into the gas grid, but more or less slowly converting towards a dedicated hydrogen infrastructure. And we don't see the gas grid more as a storage unit, but more as a transportation unit to get it from one cluster into the other. So first build up a local hydrogen cluster, and then later on connecting the cluster in order to facilitate the transport of the hydrogen. And for large-scale storage, because that is definitely an issue, because you need a lot of space in order to store significant quantities of hydrogen, or you need to do it liquefied, or you need to do it in a large volume, and then you get to caverns, salt caverns, for example, or depleted gas fields. But salt caverns is something where at least some areas in Europe is now looking into, because you can really store large quantities there. The other element for storage is the other types of molecules, ammonia, methanol. So then actually you make it from hydrogen into another molecule, which is easier stored, quite close to the traditional world we know from the refining sector. And of course, storing these type of liquids is significantly easier, and we have a large part of the infrastructure already available.
That's fascinating.
And if I could comment on that need for long duration storage, together coupled with this hydrogen blending concept. So, Neva described it well in terms of the challenges of transitioning a pipeline infrastructure that was built for natural gas to accommodate hydrogen. When we look at the natural gas storage infrastructure in the U.S., that's a big part of the equation. It's really a missing link in terms of how we reach that decarbonized future. So, currently in the U.S., the natural gas storage infrastructure has the capacity to store about 500 to, it can flex up to about 600 gigawatts of energy storage. And it can deliver that amount of energy for weeks on end. In fact, about 16% of all natural gas demand is met through withdrawals from natural gas storage, largely underground storage facilities. So if that goes away, or if that needs to be repurposed with a different type of molecule, it's significant. It's a significant transition. That's not only the storage needed for gas-fired dispatchable power generation, that's also to meet, building heating needs in colder climates. And to put that in perspective, where I live in Chicago, that peak natural gas demand for heating is about 5 times of what the peak electric demand is. So it's a significant amount of energy that needs to be stored, and as we adapt our system, we need to be able to replace that in one way or another. So all the items that Neva mentioned related to pipelines, we need to conduct that research in terms of how we can transition the natural gas underground storage system to accommodate hydrogen blends, understand the limitations, understand alternative methods for hydrogen storage. I think that's a huge piece of the puzzle that could use a lot more R&D investment.
Definitely, because I know that, having staffed the Underground Storage Committee at AGA for over a decade, we have 400 plus storage facilities in the U.S. consisting of depleted reservoirs, depleted aquifers, and of course the salt caverns. But the salt caverns are only located in certain regions, and so this is a complex challenge that there's no simple answer. So I'm glad that Marcel brought the storage, the topic, and Mike, thank you for contributing to that. What I'm going to do next is jump up to Clay. Clay has a question, and then after that we have to go to Mladen because we cannot have a panel discussion unless Mladen asks the question. So, Clay, you go first.
Okay, actually, it's just a perfect segue and a follow-on to what Marcel and Mike were just underscoring, but I think I still want to hear it out loud. Mike had mentioned, and I love the simplicity of the supply chain model, a make, move, store, and use model. But then when Marcel walked through their supply chain, he specifically jumped from make to move to use and left store out. And I just want to, it feels like the skunk isn't really on the table in terms of storing hydrogen. And I just wonder if that is the crux in large-scale, long-duration storage of just hydrogen itself. And salt domes are kind of new. It's something I hadn't really heard of. But what is the round-trip cost and the true duration and the leakage or loss of even a salt cavern? And is that really the kind of the barrier to hydrogen being a storage element?
Yeah, all good questions. And I think, there's an assumption, and I know some of the demonstration projects like the ACES project in Utah, where there is significant salt cavern capacity, even hundreds of times the capacity that they'll need for that project. Salt caverns are an effective use application for hydrogen storage. I think for the other underground storage formations, we don't really know yet. And that's an area where more R&D is going to be needed to the extent that we can accommodate blends. As we know with pipeline materials, plastics and steel, hydrogen has different impacts on those materials. What's it going to do to the underground geologic formations, and will it be able to effectively and affordably be stored? There's also for hydrogen liquefaction as a means of energy storage, ammonia production, and using ammonia essentially as a hydrogen carrier and putting it in a liquid form where it can be transported and stored in liquid form. Those are all alternatives to hydrogen storage that frankly I think we're going to need a lot more research in.
Yeah, I think one of the storage questions, and I may be wrong about this, but because the hydrogen is such a smaller molecule than natural gas, when you put it into geological reservoirs that are like the sand base and whatnot, we still need to do research as to whether or not it will migrate beyond the reservoir itself, and the type of geology that's there. And so you're right. There's a lot of research that that's another role for DOE with engaging GTI, EPRI, the labs to look at this, because that is a part of it, as Clay pointed out, the make, move, store, use. You make it, you move it, you use it. If you don't have anything stored and it's a bad day, too bad. So we do want to store it. Clay, anything else? Oh, Marcel, go for it.
Yeah, maybe adding to the discussion on storage. I actually deliberately kept storage out of the storyline, and the reason for doing that is because, well, first of all, we already have a large hydrogen infrastructure. Most of the industrial clusters have a significant infrastructure on hydrogen, have a large production of hydrogen, have a large use of hydrogen, and know how to balance hydrogen in these systems. So there's a lot of experience in how to do that. If you look at the scale-up of green hydrogen, if you do that within a cluster, you can already reach quite a high scale without using or actually needing a lot of storage. And of course, that is the first thing we are looking at because, storage is always adding costs to the system. So when we can avoid it, we, of course, try it. So we don't see that for the first steps of scaling this up, you would need significant amounts of hydrogen. At the same time, and that's the reason why I brought it into my storyline later on, we know that for large-scale seasonal storage of electricity, hydrogen or these type of molecules will play an important role. So you should start now in investigating how that is possible. And also there we actually have quite some experience. In caverns, they're more or less leak-free, so that's a very good return. If you look at the hydrogen you put in, you also get it out. But we have a lot of experience in bringing gas, natural gas, nitrogen, but also hydrogen into these caverns and then taking them out. And yet these are really of scale that you can use them for seasonal storage of large quantities. And the other thing we're looking at is the large-scale storage into different molecules, which can be easily transported over the globe via shipping through as ammonia or as methanol, because that makes life, at least from a transport and storage perspective, significantly easier.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating. And definitely I know that with the salt caverns, that's where you can get a lot of injection and withdrawal for a fast turnover, much faster than with the depleted reservoirs and whatnot, which is why the salt caverns, they just tend to be the right thing for hydrogen. But I love the fact that you mentioned, the ammonia and the other ways that you can blend the hydrogen and store it that way, as opposed to just what everyone's talking about, just blending it with natural gas. So that's good. Does anyone have anything else to add to that? Clay, any more questions on that before we go on? No? Okay. All right, super. Okay, so let's go on to Mladen. Mladen, what's your question?
Yeah, I have a question. How the water supply relates to all of this? And I will give you the background of my understanding of why this is relevant, just in brief, comments, and would like to hear what you have to say about that. The context of this discussion, as I understand it, is the electricity grid and its resilience and the carbon reduction. I haven't heard much about the climate impacts, temperature extremes. So when we look at the water, just water alone, if it's hot, it evaporates. If it's cold, it freezes. And if any of these technologies or supplies to the grid depend on water, then it has to be a part of the picture. All of the thermal stuff needs cooling from water. All of the capture, not all, but may compete with water on the underground aquifers. The impact of the grid on the water reversely can cause impact on the population if it's not resilient. And one could go on and on in these, but it's known as a water energy food, for example, nexus. And the things that we talk about, how do they relate to this nexus? Because we have competing situations here. We compete for water and for the energy production, and the population competes for water and food and other things. So I don't want to, give my own thoughts on this, which I do have from our research, but I would like to hear anyone who would care to comment on what is water doing to all of this, or how should we view the water issue in all of this?
I can speak to that just a little bit. So it certainly depends on the way we are going to create hydrogen, right? So we talked about different ways here. One way we talked about was an electrolytic process, which basically uses water, H2O, and it splits it to create hydrogen. The other is steam methane reformation, or some other kind of carbon-intensive process with carbon mitigation on it, which uses water in a variety of ways through the process, through the industrial process itself, not in the element, not in like using methane, CH4, to take the hydrogen. So when you think about using water for electrolysis to create hydrogen, you need about 9 liters of water to create 1 kilogram of hydrogen. So for scale, if you will, today the world uses about 70 million metric tons of hydrogen, the whole world. Of that, basically minimal of it, 1% maybe, is created from electrolysis. But let's say for this conversation, again, it all was. So if we had all of today's hydrogen production created from electrolysis, it would result in a water demand of about 617 million cubic meters, which corresponds to about 1.3%, so about 1.5% of water production by the global energy sector today. And that's about twice the amount of water consumed from hydrogen from SMR, or from steam methane reformation today. So although it's not insignificant in the grand scheme of how we use water in energy, it's not as big as you would intuitively think it is. That being said, we need to be very aware of it and understand it, especially when you think about regional and local water constraints. It's not so different about how we're going to think about storage and regional and local geological storage constraints, which is why for this entire energy picture, you really need an abundance of technologies. You need a lot of options, because based on where you are, your natural resources, and what's available to you based on, you know, the world you live in, literally, like regionally, the pathway you're going to take to enable a decarbonized future may be a little different. So we can follow up with more information on water, you know, use as part of this as well.
David, that was excellent. Thank you so much. Does anyone have anything else to contribute to that?
This is Paul. For electrolysis processes, they do a lot of water recycling. That's the way industrial processes work, and so I suspect that that number is probably high. If you're looking at that process as a core generator of hydrogen.
So I guess my question is, if I may, Kimberly, as a follow-up, do you see the link to water just through the production of hydrogen or through some other means? If there's any carbon capture, it will compete with aquifers of water. If there's any cooling at any point, it will compete for water. The thermal is not going to go overnight. It's still, if we're talking about the gas and clean gas and this and that, we still have thermal units to cool. And so do you see any connection besides, and maybe there isn't, but I'm just asking, beyond the production of hydrogen?
Marcel, can you address that? I mean, because you guys are producers.
Yeah, well, the prime use we see for water is, of course, more or less as a feedstock. So most of the industrial clusters, at least where we are working on, they're located at the river or at seaside, so you have access to water. If you look at the large plants for green electrolysis or green hydrogen in the Middle East, you look at large desalination units in order to get access to water. So it is a feedstock which is important for these units. The other thing where we see it connected to the water side is actually as a a lot of water is also used in, let's say, the fossil type of industry. And what you're going to do with, let's say, hydrogen is a clean molecule, which you also try to connect to connect it to a circular carbon, and then you can create methanol, or you can create all other types of molecules, replacing the fossil of today. So you also try to create new value streams where you actually try to avoid the use of water in the former fossil-oriented value streams. So there we see potential savings on water as well. The other thing what you actually see is when you start to use the hydrogen in a fuel cell, you actually start to produce water again because you reverse the process. And that is, of course, what we're doing in large scale in industrial sectors. So there's a lot of attention to water as a feedstock, but also in recovery and recycling of water within the industrial clusters.
Thank you, Marcel. And Mladen, as usual, you are on point. So I'm glad you brought the water topic up. I have been negligent because I have been ignoring Bob, Wanda, and Flora because I didn't realize their hands were up. So please forgive me, Bob, Wanda, and Flora. And let's see. Let's have the youngest one go first, and that will be Flora.
I haven't been described like that in a long, long time, but thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate that. My question is kind of broader and part question, part suggestion for DOE, and would be happy to have feedback on the suggestion. But looking at this overall, can you all hear me? Okay. Looking at the total amount of, energy used in each individual country, or however you want to do it. But looking at that, I'm just wondering, first of all, what percentage of that could we, reduce by using hydrogen? So, and it kind of gets to the issue of, the carbon reductions. And also the other thing that I'm thinking about is, we're looking at FERC 2222 and the penetration of DERs and how much those are going to increase. And I have kind of this vision in my mind of, which of these things can you dial up and dial down? Can you now use hydrogen? Can you now use DERs? Like in 2030 versus 2040 versus 2050, and, what will that do to carbon and, carbon reduction and, water use and, prices. Let's just be like really out there that we could figure all this stuff out. But I just thought it might be a good exercise to kind of see what might those mixes look like and how far can you, kind of dial up hydrogen to a certain level or dial it down, dial up renewables to a certain level, dial it down, and see how much optionality we would have in the future for different kinds of technologies to enable us to support the energy use we want in a decarbonized world.
I think you just came up with a project for DOE.
I was hoping they would do it.
Hint, hint. Christopher, Matt, did you guys write all that down? I think it's a great question, Flora, and I think, I'm going to refer to GTI and EPRI to kind of contribute to that.
Yeah, it's a big question. I think that's what our integrated energy system modeling effort is aimed at. So if you remember the sort of the spaghetti chart that I showed, there's a technical answer to that in terms of the technical potential and the resource availability of feedstocks to produce hydrogen. And theoretically, you could have a world where everything's hydrogen. But it would not necessarily be economic, and that's the big question. It may not be resilient either. So that's the modeling effort that we have underway to help inform that. What are the optimal pathways and the highest and best uses of the many energy sources and energy carriers we have, and where do we have flexibility in certain applications? So it's a huge question, and one that will have many different answers depending on the region and the location and the resource availabilities.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Maybe also from my side, it also shows the necessity really to think of how to scale a value chain at the same time, because we will need for the production of hydrogen actually large amounts of additional energy or electricity. So we need to think of building additional capacity of renewable power, creating at the same time a similar capacity of production of green hydrogen. But then at the same time, we also need to think of how to create at the same scale level a valuable application of that hydrogen, because you can have hydrogen, but if you don't have the right application, it has no value. So I think it shows that you really need to think of this from a value chain perspective and scale it step by step at the same time. And you cannot pinpoint one single element and increase the scale there, because that simply will not work.
And Flora, I recognize the question also of my senior management for optionality. Really, they would want to take the decision on a year-by-year basis of what is the move of the energy mix. And unfortunately, for a big industry like the steel industry, that is not the case. We will have to be courageous and choose one path or the other. There are some technologies which indeed can blend out the nitrogen and the natural gas and blend in the hydrogen, which appeals to that optionality part. But not all optionality can be kept open. It really is. You will have to do some courageous stuff and go through that chicken and egg situation. Someone will have to be that courageous consumer or that courageous producer that sets up the first scale. So the desire for optionality can be limiting in a way as well.
Great.
I would add to what everyone said with a couple of things. I love the word optionality, Anne Marie, and you use it a little differently than I do, because I certainly believe individual companies are going to have to choose an option. But from a technology spectrum, there needs to be multiple options based on the things we talked about before. I also think it's really important when you are talking about the different pathways, the different scenarios that can get you to mid-century net zero. The graph I showed you guys a little earlier with the colorful lines on it, and I'll drop in the comments here a little video you can go watch. It's 2.5 minutes. It's totally worth it. It's worth the watch. But you have to be looking across the entire economy. You can't just focus on one sector. Because when we think about the decisions we make, decisions on one sector impacts the entire economy, because there are complexities and interdependencies of these different sectors of the economy. So that's why the LCRI modeling and the EPRI modeling in the past really takes that economy-wide look. And there's not just one scenario. There's not just one answer. There may be one goal, 50% by 2030, 100% by 2050, but there's many, many, many different ways to get there, and we all have to have a piece of that. The other thing is there's going to be a lot of modeling and analysis done across the energy economy by many organizations. You have to understand the assumptions that go into those models, and there has to be transparency in that, because there are a lot of details that change the outcome of those results that you really need to understand. Basic things with technology, cost, and performance. Basic things like carbon capture. Carbon capture in almost every model out there today only assumes a 90% capture of carbon, of mitigation. So when you get to net zero with 90% capture, if you don't have negative emission technologies, you can't get there. And that changes the way you choose things. The other thing you have to keep in mind is when you are modeling these things, there are complexities that cannot be in the model. There are resiliency complexities, there's flexibility complexities, there is integration complexities that the model's not going to choose, right? The only thing you know about the model is the answer is wrong, but it does inform you of where you should be doing research and work. So I just think those are things we really need to keep in mind as we continue looking at these models and we continue developing these models. The conversation around the model using that properly. The model does not give you an answer. It gives you a scenario, what a scenario could look like. And really, transparency and assumptions are super important.
Fascinating, fascinating. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left, and we have got Bob and Wanda. So of equivalent excitement, we're going to go with Wanda, so that Flora's question stays at that exciting level. Wanda, what's your exciting question?
Well, I think I'm going to build on Flora's a bit. I've been sitting here thinking about the unprecedented rate of transformation we're asking the energy ecosystem to go through, right? And you look backwards and you think about how hard it's been to make any level of change. We're trying to do more distributed energy. We're trying to do more renewables. And, we're making headway, but we all know that, the change factor has been slow. So it kind of comes back to beyond the scenario analysis and, the technical dial it up, dial it down to the consequential metric implications here. What are we doing to think about the rate of change factor in order to have a successful outcome for the overall objectives? And what can we be doing in parallel to tee up a higher degree of success in order to accommodate that rate of change?
Great question.
Can DOE be doing anything right now, to kind of add some water on the rock in order to facilitate that underpinning so that we're not just, myopically focused on the model and the technology piece, that we have some of that thought through in parallel?
Well, if you look at from an economy-wide decarbonization perspective, the rate of change over the next decade is 3x what it's been over the last 15 years, right? So that's where we call this project 3x to 2030 here at EPRI, because 3 times by 2030 to achieve the goal. I think there's a large role that the DOE can play. I think it is and I keep going with the same things, so you're going to see this over and over, but looking across this technology spectrum, not picking a winner, but focusing on the end goal, net zero by 2050. That's the end goal, right? Intermediate goals we hit certain ways, but end goal, net zero by 2050. So I think keeping focus on that's really important. I think expanding collaboration is really important. So that's what we've done here in the LCRI. We have 46 members of the energy ecosystem that have pooled their money together and are prepared to cost share and work on projects, demonstrations, pilots, lab testing can help enable that, partnering with all of you and other people in the energy ecosystem. I think we need to make sure we're not duplicating efforts just to be fancy, right? Everybody wants the spotlight, but there are a lot of pilot demonstrations going on around the world. Let's not duplicate them. Let's learn from them and then build on top of them. Because if we are really going to go as quickly as we need to go, if we're not learning from global experience and building on it and sharing it, we won't get there.
Well stated.
Maybe a small remark for me. So when I look about when we talk about this change and the net zero target, I think nobody debates the target. Everyone's talking about reduction and also on how much it will cost in order to reach those targets. And as long as we start to talk about reduction and cost, that will not drive change. Nobody will get really enthusiastic on these elements. So I think it's also up to us to really talk more about how do we create that future economy of 2050 where we still need all the products, but then in a carbon neutral way. And we need all the jobs and we need all the economic development and we need the investment. So we have actually a lot to gain and to win in this transformation. And I think if we're able to get into that mode, then we're able to really accelerate the change.
Very well stated.
One thing to add too, just to maybe build on what Neva said, I think that global experience and really drawing learnings from that needs to extend beyond the pilots that are happening globally and also the policy that's happening globally. Let's make sure we read what's out there and leverage it. I'll try to recreate it.
Yeah. That's why, and that's one of the reasons why when Drew said, "Oh, I have some folks in Europe that have been on this journey already," I'm like, bring them, let's have them, because that's why reinvent the wheel. Let's learn from each other. So So great question, Wanda. A great way to set it up for us to go to DOE and say, hey, we got some ideas, and create more work for Christopher and Matt. So, Bob, we're going to have you bring up the tail, as usual. What's your question, sir?
Well, I started off with 3 questions. One of them got answered through Mladen. And I came into today with thinking that there's a real early winner in a co-located hydrogen-producing renewable energies plant, meaning you've got solar or wind that can supply the energy for making hydrogen. Now, Mladen's question, of course, immediately led right into, well, where are you going to get the water in the middle of the desert? You know, because that's where these big plants are. So that becomes a problem. But I really see an advantage in co-location. One, you don't have to transport it. B, you store it there, you use it there, and you can do closed cycle on the water supply. You also have the experts who are used to handling hydrogen, so that we don't repeat May 6, 1937. I watch my neighbors try to fuel up their cars at self-service stations, and the idea of them carrying around hydrogen in their car, that scares me a little, just quite frankly. But the other question that came up is in blending. If you've got a blend of a very light molecule and a very heavier molecule, how do you keep it mixed? If you have a stagnant gas network that doesn't use a lot of gas during the summer, what's not to say that all of the hydrogen is not going to migrate to the upper atmosphere of that system? Like where I live, I'm at 6,200 feet. So those are the questions that come up. But I think there's an early win in a co-located facility. I think that's what they were showing in Europe. That looks like a great model. Good experience. Thank you.
Excellent. As always, wonderful when you bring up the tail. Well, I would like to close by thanking our panelists for pulling together such great presentations, and making the time to share their knowledge, experience, and insights with us. I'm biased, but I believe this is probably one of the best panels we've had in a while. I don't think I saw anyone who fell asleep. I would also like to thank the awesome task group that I worked with for this. So that would include Subcommittee Chairwoman Lola Infante, along with Drew Fellon, Clay Copeland, and Sherry Gibbons. And we could not do any of this without the awesome support we received from DOE's Christopher Lawrence and Matt Aronoff, who have clearly earned vacations to Disney World. And lastly, a shout out to the group I refer to as My Three Sons from that old time show, Tom Bailick, Bob Cummings, and Rich Miraz for patiently and always humorously explaining electricity to my natural gas brain. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to you, Christopher.
And Kimberly, thank you. Thank you for all that acknowledgement. I think it goes to show that putting together these panels is like a Cecil B. DeMille movie, years in the making and a cast of thousands. And it's a feat. And this was a great panel and a great extension of what we did a couple of meetings ago with the Power to Gas panel. So this was a great evolution. Even when sharing this with folks outside, people came up to me and asked, virtually came up to me. No one sees me in person anymore. They said, how did this come about? This is a great panel. And I said, it's all the brainchild of the EAC. They put these things together to spotlight these things. So this is great, and I appreciate it. And panelists, thank you so much for doing this. Really appreciate you taking the time, especially those that are, 5 hours ahead of us in the future. So I really appreciate it. At this point, we can move ahead in the program, and I'll turn it back over to Wanda.
All right. Thanks so much, Kimberly and the panelists. Awesome job. Really appreciate all your preparation and dialogue. So great. We'll move in now to the subcommittee reports. Energy storage is first. So Lola Infante, EPRI, and Clay Copeland of Cordova Electric Company, co-op or chair and vice chair of the energy storage subcommittee. Lola, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Let's see if I can share my
Lola,
slides.
Lola,
Yes?
before we start, can our panelists run? Can they leave, or do they need to suffer through this with the rest of us?
Oh, they can leave. Okay.
Go. Be free.
Free panelists. If any of our panelists are still online, this was sensational, and maybe I can make my first sentence of my story subcommittee update. I think there's no doubt in my mind, but I'd love to follow up with the subcommittee. There's no doubt in my mind that this is a topic that we should continue to explore, but again, more to follow. Let me see. Oops. That wasn't the right button. I'm having trouble with my buttons today. For all of you that don't know, I'm actually on the other side of the Atlantic. So I'm a little sleepy. Can you see my screen?
We can see it.
All right. You see the slides okay? Everything's good?
Looks good.
Looks good. All right. So I do not have a lot of updates today. Let me move your faces.
Wait, your slides now have blocks in them.
Oh, that's...
Or is that just me?
No, is that better?
Try the presentation view. See if that fixes it.
It's good if you wanted to guess what the words are supposed to be in your slide.
No, I don't want that. Is that better?
Yeah.
It's better, yeah. We can manage.
You can manage. Is that I don't know what to do with your faces. I think that's the problem. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. We'll make it happen. I don't have a lot of faces or words. Anyway, so I don't have a lot of updates. As it's customary, we've asked Neha to give us an update on the fuel cell and hydrogen technology office. She couldn't make it today, so she asked me to give all of us a few updates. The first one is, and I think Pat mentioned it, and you did too, Kimberly, DOE is launching this hydrogen, the Earth shots. The first one of those is hydrogen, the hydrogen shot. We've got all the links to those initiatives. Chris, you can send it to the subcommittee if you guys want it. So there's an RFI that they're asking input by July the 7th, I believe. Tomorrow is to create a call for R&D on integrated systems and hydrogen sensor technologies. That should be quite interesting. And then this week they're also busy. I believe that's why they're not here today, and they missed this panel, which I'm actually pretty bummed about. I think that they've taken a lot out of it, but they have their annual merit reviews this week, so those are actually really interesting meetings as well. I wonder if there's, we should have a meeting with them to relay all this great information at some point, or at least coordinate with them, because I feel like ERE and OE, when it comes to these issues, we're blending more and more, going back to all these conversations we've been having about coordination with the different DOE offices, and actually I would say probably with DOE, within government agencies. DOD came up today, and I know that the Department of Transportation is obviously also looking into all this, and we've heard from Toyota today and all the things that they're doing on hydrogen. Anyway, the agenda looks a lot like the last time's agenda because things haven't really changed. What we have accomplished the most, or our biggest accomplishment since last time, is the 2021 Energy Storage Plan. We finished it, and I think we voted it unanimously back in April. I won't give any background on this because we've already heard it several times, but I can if you guys want. Moving forward, the topics of focus, again, they haven't changed either. We do not have any, as far as I remember, I don't think we have any work products figured out yet, but we will obviously continue to pay very close attention to optimizing energy storage operations and its benefits. That's the core of what we've been discussing over the last couple of years since I've been in the subcommittee, and there's still a lot to do and explore in those areas. The whole issues of DR integration, I think, are core to the conversation, and the fact that we're having joint panels with the Smart Grid Subcommittee is a testament to that. Obviously, power to gas and hydrogen, I think, again, as I was saying before, this what I would consider a very successful panel, very interesting insights today. I think it's a topic that we probably need to continue to explore. And help Pat, I think at the beginning she was talking about and made a note about her goal of having or working on long-term transformational strategies. I think the EAC can really help DOE and the Office of Electricity in particular on that topic. And I think this whole suite of issues on power to gas, or whatever we want to call it, fall in that category, as does this big idea of, do we need to revisit the big picture? What do we need to accomplish? What do we want to accomplish, and how, what's missing? And that goes to some of the conversations the subcommittee has been having about, do we even know how much energy storage do we need to build, all those sets of issues. So I think we're going to have really good conversations this summer in our monthly meetings. So this is my hope. So before closing, I'm going to turn it over to Clay if he wants to add anything, or if I forgot anything. Clay, the floor is all yours.
Not really. Just kind of wanted to underscore the request for kind of revisiting the big picture of across the whole spectrum of energy storage technologies and opportunities, and what's coming, and as you mentioned, what's missing in terms of needs and projections. I was just thinking also the Energy Storage Grand Challenge, whether we look towards one of our subcommittee meetings or as we move towards October meeting to kind of get a status update on that. That's my only thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Clay. And that reminds me, I don't think we've had a response from DOE on the 2021. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Yes.
I can provide some feedback on that one, Lola, if you like.
Sure.
So yeah. So the Energy Storage Grand Challenge. Well, first off, I just feel like, this has become like a self-adulation circle, but like this has like been amazing. You guys have performed so much work in such a compressed amount of time, and this is across all the subcommittees, across the entire EAC. And the fact that we got the 2021 plan done ahead of schedule is just amazing, and I'll say that. So the Energy Storage Grand Challenge group, as you know, is a cross-departmental, cross-elemental group that, so we handed off the recommendations to that group for their response. And right now, about half of the offices involved with the ESCG have already provided feedback on the recommendations. Matt and I actually had a conversation with them like 2 or 3 weeks ago with Eric Shea kind of leading the charge. So that those recommendations, the response is in progress. We think that we'll have a draft soon, and then hopefully by the end of July we'll get the response out. And we're shooting for, and the reason why this is taking a little longer is because, again, we're providing substantive responses with, clear-cut, what are we doing kind of responses to the recommendations. Since, again, you all took a lot of time to prepare the plan, and we want to recognize that. So that, that's the update at this point.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris.
All right. You're done. All right. Well, thanks again for getting that 2021 assessment out early and all the good work that you're doing. Really appreciate it. And we will now turn it over to Smart Grid. Tom Bialik, San Diego Gas and Electric, Darlene Phillips, PJM, Chair and Vice Chair. Tom, do you want to give us an update on Smart Grid Subcommittee? We have an action here, and yep. That is Darlene has been leading the state federal plan, so that work product is ready to discuss and approve. I'm sure that's one of the things that Tom's going to be teeing up.
Yeah. So, Matt, did you have my presentation that I sent you? Yeah, I apologize. My webcams were for whatever reason not working. First off, I'd like to, that was a very interesting conversation, I think, with regards to storage and hydrogen. So, Kimberly, thank you for doing that. I think it brings up a lot of very, very interesting questions, some of which sort of bleed over into the Smart Grid Committee as well. So, some more food for thought. Next slide. Okay, so we're really going to talk about sort of four things here today. As Wanda pointed out, and I'll pass this over to Darlene when we get there. State-level coordination, talk about the EV grid integration a little bit. More to say that we've got a panel session led by DOE tomorrow, as well as Section 8080 Pathways Advanced Grid Design, Joe Palladino tomorrow. So luckily for the Smart Grid Subcommittee, a lot of our work for this particular session, this particular EAC meeting has been done by DOE. So thank you very much, Chris and Matt, for taking care of that for us. I really appreciate that. Much less work to do. We'll talk briefly a little bit about resiliency, which rolls over to the resiliency and national security. So next slide, please. So where are we? I commend Darlene for, working hard on getting this work product ready and available for people to vote on today. So we did have a subgroup, as everyone is aware, had the special meeting to vote out the state-level coordination efforts specific to FERC 2222. But we do have a follow-on work product to go and try to get out to the goal here today at the EAC is to get this voted out as well. So with that, Darlene, I will turn it over to you.
Sure. You all should have received the final draft. I think Chris may have sent that out probably a couple of weeks ago, at least. Just a couple of things to note. We kind of held off on this product to make sure that we got through the FERC Order 2222 efforts so that we could have a product with respect to state-federal coordination that was complementary. At the end of the day, we believe that after we had finished the FERC Order 2222 effort, that the recommendations that we had put into place in the original document were still valid. So yeah, if we can go down to slide or page, I think it's page 4, if I'm not mistaken. You see in the document the questions that we asked, initial research that we did, some of our findings. So the first recommendation is around distributed energy resources and really focused on the data sharing element across the industry with respect to DERs. We know that some of the work that's going on in FERC Order 2222, we believe there's an opportunity to think about it on a broader scale, and thought that it might be right in the bailiwick of the DOE to really help the industry figure that out holistically, given the state-federal boundaries and the need for information on various levels. And then the second recommendation, and I was very glad to hear both of these topics were part of some of the goals and things that the DOE was thinking about earlier today in the conversation, was around transmission and distribution planning coordination, and really starting with some basics. We know for multiple reasons we really need to make sure that we tighten up our coordination efforts, especially with all of the discussion that we heard today with, driving toward that 2050 milestone. And so with, carbon-free resources or carbon neutral resources. And so this is a really big step in, trying to help us get there and thinking through, really focus on roles and responsibilities with respect to transmission and distribution, so that we can make sure that as we're planning the grid on multiple levels, that the planning is complementary as well. So with that, I'll take questions. If anyone has any questions on either of those two recommendations.
You didn't get our presentations yet? Ask the question.
So if there's no questions and if there's no, anybody have any suggestions or modifications that we might need to make, then we would be looking for somebody to move this to a vote for the EAC.
This is Delia, and I'll make that motion.
Right. Do we have a second?
Second, Don Parsons.
Okay, great. So the easiest way, given this, is does anybody object to moving this as a work product to DOE?
Sounds like it's complete, Tom.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so if we go to the next.
Matt, take control back.
Matt?
Yep. Thanks.
So as everybody is aware, the 8088 pathway discussion, we're going to have Joe Palladino's going to have a conversation with us tomorrow about the ideas and where we were going with the advanced grid was really to look at analysis to determine essential functions, but we believe that ultimately what we were looking at for some of the advanced grid conversation would flow into this pathways discussion. So we'll have a much more detailed discussion of this tomorrow. I don't know, Joe, are you on? Do you want to say anything at all? Okay, not hearing Joe. Okay, so go to the next slide, Matt.
I can speak for Joe.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll try to do my best Joe impression. Hey guys. No, I'm just kidding. So Joe is going to really oh man, it's getting late. Joe is really going to cover 8008 tomorrow, and he'll also touch a little bit on 2222. But yeah, he and I have talked. Matt, he and I have all talked. So he plans on really diving in, talking about the process a little bit more. But also, it's going to be more of a conversation too, coming back from you all, because he does want to get some feedback on some of the ideas. So it is definitely not a open and shut case as to how it's going to be being developed. So it's going to be part of a longer term conversation. So that's tomorrow. I don't want to spoil it too much.
Okay, no, great. Thanks, Chris. And next slide, Matt. So we keep talking about resiliency. We, the Smart Grid Committee, subcommittee said, yeah, we agree that we're going to tackle this. We're really sort of, what are the questions that we need to address to provide value to DOE? And working with Rick Morose and Good Resilience National Security Subcommittee on this effort to make sure that we really don't fall over each other and duplicate efforts. I think that there's elements on both of these committees with regards to resiliency. I think you heard today a broader conversation about, energy supply, what are the challenges. The example, and I'll just give you, my California experience, lots of conversations around electrifying everything. And then we talk about, well, what happens in these PSPS events if your electric vehicle is only at 10% state of charge and suddenly power shut off, you didn't get a chance to charge your vehicle, and oh, by the way, worst case, a wildfire is bearing down on your community. There's lots of those kind of questions that need to be sort of considered in some of these, in the broader context of how do we ensure a resilient grid under various scenarios. And I think certainly within the context of the Smart Grid Subcommittee, we want to sort of try to take those on. We heard some discussions about energy, water, food, nexus, and all of those really come into play. And so now the question becomes, when we think about resiliency, what is it that we really hope to accomplish? And I think hopefully we as the EAC and the Smart Grid Subcommittee as well, can provide some additional, food for thought for DOE, especially as we think about NARM and, what sort of scenarios do we need to address and look at that and make sure. And then just sort of given specifically the Colonial Pipeline, the JBS food tax, the ongoing questions with regards to grid security from a cyber perspective, the idea that we really need to sort of up our game a little bit as far as trying to understand what it is we need to do. If you look at the idea of widespread proliferation of DER, what is the implication of that, also from a resiliency perspective? So, and I know that's conversations I had with Paul Stockton with regards to, black start in a contested environment. What does that look like as well? So with that, Wanda, I will turn it back to you, unless there's other questions.
Any more questions for Tom or Darlene? All right. Thanks, Darlene, for leading the state-federal coordination work product. Congratulations on getting the sign-off. So good job. So now we will move into the Grid Resilience for National Security, GRIN subcommittee. Paul Stockton is the chair of that, Rob Lee, vice chair. Been a lot of activity there and not much time. Paul, let's hear an update and what you have in mind going forward.
Thank you, Wanda. If we could have the slide, please. No. There we go. Thanks, Matt. All right. The first bullet there reflects Rob Lee's initiative. He's not able to join us this week, so I'm going to defer a discussion of that, but I know he's been reaching out to many of you for your insights. Thank you for providing your perspectives on one of the biggest challenges here in grid digitization and implications for our narrow portfolio, which is on national security. Let me move on to that second bullet, which is our report on DCEI. First of all, in terms of status, we've received terrific input from all three flavors of the electricity subsector, plus some other folks from the RTO and ISO world and elsewhere. And we've gotten a great set of recommendations. The most important thing I'd like to emphasize going forward is that everybody in the subsector is committed to strengthening DCEI resilience. They all understand the critical roles that electric utilities of every flavor play in supporting national security, and they're eager to continue to step up to the plate. And they also agree with the overall philosophy of the report, which is we're not going to beat up on anybody for things that might have not gone so well in the past. It's very forward-looking and focused on how the DCEI program can be even better than it already is. That said, I'd like to just highlight a few issues that you can expect to be coming in the forthcoming report. First of all, there's strong support for ensuring and helping DOE to establish a sustained, structured organization for dialogue and collaboration. The problems of especially nation-state threats to DCI, it's not going away anytime soon. So top recommendation of the report is going to be DOE, let's work with industry in order to have the kind of structured approach to sustain dialogue for many years to come. Secondly, recommendations on cost recovery. Some investments in DCI are going to require, for example, redundant pathways and substations, other potentially expensive investments, in a situation where sometimes very important critical defense assets are served by utilities with relatively few resources, and a situation where in some cases distribution-only companies may be providing the last mile of service they have to go to state regulators in order to recover their costs for investments in DCI. So we've got a set of recommendations coming in that realm, but I think they'll be very, very useful. Then closely related, Tom, to some of your work and other committees, the question of how much resilience is enough for DCEI. And I'll give you a heads up for one specific recommendation that's coming. We believe, Wanda, that a holistic approach is going to be required to assess resilience gaps and requirements that takes into account the drive underway in DoD today to strengthen emergency power capabilities inside the fence line, to assess those initiatives in the context of what additional requirements are needed for grid-provided power via DCEI. Let's take a holistic approach there. And then, last but not least, strong interest in continuing to improve the already good environment for information sharing between responsible entities, DCI asset owners and operators, and the Department of Energy and the Department of Defense. We're going to have some very specific recommendations and an array of options. One size will not fit all to enable responsible entities to get even more timely and detailed information than they currently have, including potentially classified information that they're currently unable to receive, store, and analyze for the purposes of strengthening DCEI. Any questions on those recommendations before I move on? Well, obviously lots more to follow, and through the usual EAC process, of course, you'll all have, first in the subcommittee and then in the full committee, opportunities to offer improvements to the draft. I'm very much looking forward to that. In terms of process, that's exactly what we're going to do. So by the end of the month, I hope there will be a draft report for review by subcommittee members, and then with Wanda's support and approval, we'll send it out to the full EAC for their consideration through the usual process. Black Start restoration for national security. Just to refresh your memory, I had the honor of writing a very detailed report for DARPA on Black Start for national security, focused on how transmission operators can conduct Black Start, what I call a contested environment. That is, the bad guys are in your systems with advanced persistent threats, and they're going to do everything they can do to take down Black Start operations. That DARPA report has just been cleared by the Department of Defense for unlimited distribution. What that means is there's no risk of a disclosure of inappropriate information. And so now, Wanda, I'll be reaching out to you for your thoughts on how best to proceed. But clearly the DARPA report is not what the EAC is going to need. We've heard from Pat Pusch and others today about how we might approach this issue going forward in a way that's most useful for both industry and government going forward, that reflects our special subsector priorities, and I would say, Kimberly, thanks to you, ONG subsector priorities. Extremely valuable, and thank you for your comments as we discussed a little bit today. So that'll be forthcoming. And then last but definitely not least, our colleague Rick Mrose is going to have a bang-up panel tomorrow on resilience frameworks and assessment tools. He's got some great subject matter experts. So I don't want to spill the beans, but I have looked at the run of show and some of the comments that folks are going to make. It's going to be terrifically helpful. And I think we'll fit in with and align in support of all the other EAC activities that are related to resilience metrics and initiatives. Thank you, Wanda and Chris. Any questions or comments? I invite other folks on the line to offer their own perspectives, please.
No questions or comments?
I think everybody's gone to happy hour, Wanda.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure might be the case. All right. Well, Paul, I really appreciate all of the work that you've done to get this subcommittee off the ground. Like I say, we launched it at the end of last year, and, you know, you've got a lot of initiatives underway and built some terrific momentum in not much time. It is one of those topics that cuts across, so there's a lot of interdependencies, not only within OE and our own subcommittee infrastructure, but also, you know, across the department and obviously much broader groups than that. So thank you for all of the leadership that you've exhibited and the energy you've put in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Wanda.
And just to piggyback on what Wanda said, I mean, again, based off Push's comments, Paul, I certainly anticipate that we're going to have more integration with Caesar, and you're going to see a few more to-dos coming out of that group. So stay tuned, because
we love that.
Yeah.
The whole idea here is to bring industry perspectives to bear in support of DOE priorities, so they can do an even better job advancing the nation's priorities than they might otherwise do.
Yeah, I think you're on a grinning streak.
Well, you know, Bob, how this came about, the name. We picked the acronym first, as is traditional. Rob Lee and I said, well, we're not doing it for money. What the hell are we doing this for? Oh, we're doing it for grids.
There you go. And the rest is history, huh?
There we are.
So this is Joy. I can't turn my video on. I'm having some issues with technology today. But I just wanted to also commend Paul for his leadership on this. And, you know, I like the dialogue we've been able to have already just in developing the document and getting the feedback. And, you know, DOE is so critical to our interface with the federal government writ large. You all are the folks at DOE who understand our industry best among the federal government, you know, kind of world. And that's really important. So as this issue continues to be a critical area for us to manage that risk as we move into the future, DOE's support and understanding and interaction with the industry is going to be vital to ensuring that we keep our grid safe, but also that we do so in a way that makes most sense on the ground. So appreciate that. And I just wanted to kind of, again, commend you, Paul, for your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you for everything you're doing to make it successful.
Any other questions or comments for Paul? All right. Well, that wraps up the subcommittee reports. Again, appreciate everybody's contributions. There's been a tremendous amount of work product that's come out already, and you know, a lot of momentum here in process. I also appreciate your ability to ebb and flow as the interest within the new administration is, you know, changing. So we're you know, trying to make sure that the topics that we discussed and bring forward are relevant. And I think we've done a great job with that. Kimberly, awesome panel. So, you know, good job there, along with all of the panelists that may or may not be here now, but certainly their contributions were extremely well thought out. And, you know, it takes a lot of work to put that kind of content together and to make it synergistic, and the dialogue was tremendous. So thanks again. We do have a couple minutes left, and I was wondering, Michelle Canary, if you have any closing comments, just as a reflection, you know, being relatively new and after hearing us for a day, you know, feel free to share your thoughts here before we wrap up.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciated the dialogue, that kind of the thinking, your recommendations, and you are right. You saw some of those wrapped into our kind of our priorities that are coming up. This really helps, and I really appreciate this committee, just your thinking and your perspective and how that we can be a better partner, because that's the one thing I'm coming in, you know, I have an assignment, but then I'm like, okay, how do I partner? Because nobody can get this done alone. and you've said, we've heard that over and over and over again, that this is a new world, a new thinking, and so I really appreciate all that this committee does and my partnership with you. So thank you.
All right. Well, again, we look forward to working with you. So, yep. Is there any other comments before we wrap up? All right.
So, Wanda, before you leave, it's Tom. Just a real quick one. And Michelle, I think one of the big takeaways that as I've been watching sort of this sort of industry evolve and the challenges we have moving forward and the speed at which we're being asked to move, we keep talking about, on the transmission side, technology is not the problem. And it's not necessarily even policy alignment, although that in itself is an issue in the regulatory process. But it's the how do you get John Q. Public to understand and accept, because the intervening parties, while they say they represent John Q. Public, don't represent John Q. Public, and therefore a lot of times you'll find that you think you've got it all, the pathway clear, but you all of a sudden find out that it's not going to go. So just some
very
sort of
point.
words from what we've seen in the past, trying to build transmission lines and build other things.
Yep.
And it seems like the non-technical interests continue to get more momentum. So, all right. Chris, anything else as we wrap it up for today?
No, again, I just want to thank everyone who planned the panel today and also for getting the state-federal document out. And again, I want to recognize it's not just me that's doing this on the DOE side. I want to recognize Matt Aronoff, who is my right-hand guy, as well as Rebecca Ash and Daniel Gray from ICF, and everyone else that I may have forgotten. I'm sorry. There's a lot of people that go into this, so I just want to say I appreciate all of your help and everything. And this is only 50% of the meeting. We got another half tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. Hopefully the next half is better than any half the LA Lakers have played this postseason. And that's a basketball joke. And anyway, we'll catch you
Chris.
tomorrow.
Hey, Chris, this is Mike. You really put this, you and Wanda really put this meeting at a great staging point, because the end is going to be Joe Palladino, and I can't wait.
Yeah, he's the closer. He's the guy that you bring in. He's what we call in the comedy business, Mike, the headliner. We got him headlining. He's going to do a tight 30. So.
You're setting me up.
He's the ringer.
Hey guys, that wasn't me just doing a Joe Palladino impression. That was actually Joe Palladino this time. All right. So I'll talk to you all later. We'll adjourn for today, Wanda, at your permission.
Yep, we'll adjourn. See ya at noon Eastern tomorrow. We'll start 15 minutes early. Take care.
Bye,
Thanks.
everyone.
Catch you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Great day.
Really?